I'm back.
Hello, future us. It's been real. 25 sessions in, and yeah,
Wow.
such greatness.
Dang. And we've gotten nowhere.
Hey. You guys have gotten a lot of information getting nowhere, you know? My goodness. Okay,
Sure.
so, any questions before we start up that, or I could just start with the recap.
Recap is fine.
Okay. So you guys all came to the Sienna Estate as a way station between Eren and your final destination, the capital city of Aralt. Along the way, you were befriended by a child sorcerer who was being protected by the Ethereal. They sent Yili and other Mageborn to the Sien household, who worked for the Ethereal, protecting and sending Mageborn to safety. At least, that's what they thought. When Nemo was kidnapped for an unknown purpose during the Festival of the Jinda, to discover something about his magic, his ability to soul touch and hijack others, namely Inala, who was drugged and kept in their lair for an undetermined amount of time. Nemo's magic, Neid saw in action and wanted to personally demonstrate to a man working with him named Konatash. This wizard working with Neid was also discovered to be Kanari's father, another Kalishtar. In looking for Nemo, the rest of you found the caves he was taken to with Konari's super sniffer senses. You found Nemo and helped fight off Neid, Lusitania, Sien, and Konotash, who ended up magicking away earlier on after ordering the pet Kushinbo to devour anyone left behind. In finding them, you discovered that the protection was a lie, hiding the experimentation and use of Mageborn as food, in essence. Yili was saved, but the other 3 children were killed by the monster, including Raba, the caretaker of the Ethereal. You guys have a bit of a debrief, and Inala told you that she'd been looking for Chenxing, Xianwei's flute, for a little bit beforehand, found the flute, but Konatash got to it first in the temple that you guys had exited out from back when you guys teleported between temples. You took Dalwyn, the guard, as captive, and Nemo goes to examine the rest of the Chul caves. Yili looks for evidence. Meanwhile, you four girls make your way upstairs to fight the monster threatening the innocent of the estate, though all of you guys were a bit battered. The fight goes on in a struggle, devouring and almost killing Kanari, but for a moment of realization from between Karhale and her earthen heritage. Atoll tries to plant ideas of honor in the people's minds with meddling success. Kushinbo is finally crushed into nothing after having killed many citizens of the estate. Karhale, Kanari, Inala, and Atoll are watched with awe as the saviors of Sien. The crowd is slowly building to actual cheers as the news is passed around. You guys are all standing about. Kanari has just woken up, still bleeding, soaking in acidic saliva. The monster is downed right beside Karhale, who is flopped to the sand in tired, just drained emotion. Inala, you're standing at the end of this kind of longer alleyway that Karhale is at the end of. And Atoll is with Kanari, as you guys are kind of slowly being surrounded by different curious rubberneckers, in essence, as the citizens start crowding around you guys, trying to see what exactly just went down. Like, people are lighting torches finally, and the lights picking up. You guys can see everything clearly now. You guys see some people crying because of lost friends or family. You guys see the one old man that Karhale helped, and the one halfling woman that Inala helped, kind of standing at the forefront. The halfling woman actually comes up to you, Inala, and thanks you profusely, and like bowing to you and just like holding your hand and like kisses your hand, and she kind of makes her way away, and you see a halfling man kind of receive her and hug her as she's crying in his arms. You see the people just around you genuinely like horrified by what happened and looking at this monster's body at your feet, but also relieved because it's not a threat anymore. And people are very confused as to what's going on. So a lot of people are asking, like, what is this thing? Where did it come from? Was it a beast made by the ethereal? And Kanari, or anyone who speaks Talon, go ahead and give me an insight check, please.
Gotta get the dice out.
Gotta get them dice.
$13.
13. Okay. Anala, you also speak Talon. What did you get for an insight check? Wait, you don't speak it?
Nope.
Wait, what languages do you speak?
Common, Elvish, Thieves' Cant, Alethi, Hestrian, and Kellen.
Huh. Okay. Well then.
Atoll speaks Talon.
Atoll speaks it. That's it. What did you get, Kanari, again?
Nemo
I forget.
Speaks it. 13.
13. Okay, so Kanari, you're kind of focused more on the saliva that's soaking through your skin and kind of still burning your skin. It's like that allergic reaction that you might get to grass, where it's just the scratches are just burning, like a low-key burn. That's not going to kill you, but also is very uncomfortable and you really want to shower it off, wash it off. But
that's not a normal thing. That's not a normal grass thing. Are you okay?
Okay. I'm allergic to grass. Apparently, last time I rolled in grass, I was like, all these little mini scratches from the grass and stuff on my skin started burning, and it was so scary. Like, and I went and showered immediately, and then it went away. But like, it was the worst thing ever. Maybe I'm allergic to the fertilizer. I don't know. Moving on. This is low-key burning.
I was concerned about you for a minute.
But what you do here are the people around you getting anxious, and you hear the whispers of the the rumors that were pretty strong rumors, and most people kind of thought were fact, of Lusitania, or the head of the household at least, working with the ethereal, the husband. That maybe this was from that. Maybe this is the ethereal sending a monster to kill everyone because of their evil, because they're magical, inherently evil. And what Atoll starts kind of stiffening up next to you, as people are sort of getting a lot more fired up, I guess, about it, and it's turned toward the idea of the ethereal. There's no one there that represents the ethereal at all, but you're seeing that the rumors and the words that people are saying are definitely anti-mage at this moment. Harim is standing in front of you, Karhale, because he just pulled you back to stand. It's this priest, middle-aged man, well, not middle-aged, 30s-year-old man in his golden priestly vestments. He had magic, and he had attacked Kushinbo. From what you recall, his friend, his partner at least, was killed in the process. And he has just thanked you for what you've done, as well as, at this point, he's actually going to be asking you, so do you know what exactly happened here? What exactly this monster was?
I really don't. I think I'm about as in the shadows as you are. I'm sorry about your friend.
He's going to look around at everyone else who was fighting it. So Anala, you're nearby, so he's going to ask you, do you know what exactly this thing was, or what its purpose was? What was it trying to do?
Not a clue, but it definitely seemed like people were pretty appetizing to him. I can tell you that much.
I think.
Would I have some? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think most of his interests just lay in eating whatever he could.
Where did it come from? It just appeared out of nowhere, according to some of the guards. And he turns to some of the guards that have come down from the house. Some of the archers you see, some bows strapped to backs, and some of them still holding their bow and arrow knocked because they're approaching this beast, and they're kind of like, "Is it actually dead?" Wariness going on, but then they lower it once they realize it is completely dead. Kanori, what were you going to ask?
I was saying, I was the most far up ahead when all of this went down. Besides, like, I guess probably Nemo, since Nemo is actually in the thick of it, but he's not here right now. So, what I have some inkling of what's going on, because I heard Konatosh and Lady Lusitania talking, right? Like, I knew that they were there. I knew that they kind of were like, they weren't the innocent ones.
I know that. I kind of knew they were there, but that doesn't mean I know what's going on. I still have no clue what's going on.
I would say for Kanari, so what you did see, you heard, I think you guys took notes on like what she heard exactly, quotes wise, right?
Yeah.
But based on the kind of the general sense of what was going on and your rolls from before and everything, because I think you rolled pretty well, was that he was this pet of Lusitania's. And you guys being present was kind of a wrench thrown into what was going on for them. So you guys basically kind of burned this their setup. You burned the operation exactly by being present. And so she left and poofed out of there with Konatosh but left behind some words for Kushinbo, and from what you gleaned from Kushinbo and what he was saying, he was told to devour everything left behind, basically, to kill everyone. But also he appeared to have other orders as well, like a secondary set of orders, which he never clarified what those were, and you wouldn't have understood because she was speaking in another language.
Right. Okay. Then if I'm hearing him asking them, I'm gonna turn to him and say, you can thank your Lady Lusitania for this guy. He was her pet and seemed to follow whatever orders she gave him. So if you don't like what happened today, then that might be something to take up with her.
When you said the words your Lady Lusitania, there's like a hush that kind of falls over the crowd, and everyone's like stunned. There's just
we were gonna talk to Lucia about this first.
Open eyes.
Oops, I don't remember.
Stunned.
Well, that's cool.
And how do you
do that? Sorry, I forgot that we didn't talk to. Forgot that.
How do you? Oh, like had been like
he
had been.
You can't see it.
Gesturing toward Anala when he initially asked a question and stuff, and when you say this, he turns toward you, and there's just blatant. Actually. Okay, for everyone else though, it's not a hidden emotion. There's just blatant confusion, but also disbelief. And he's, what are you talking about? What did you see?
Look, we followed. You remember the explosion earlier at the festival, right?
Say it again.
You remember the explosion earlier at the festival?
I remember. Yes, we had some guards, I believe, examining that, and he turns to a couple other guys that have come up, and they seem to be like sweating and like they've been running around covered in sand and stuff. They kind of shrug. We couldn't figure out what exactly it was.
They didn't do a very good job. We followed the trail, and whoever caused this explosion went into the cave, and I gestured towards the rock formation. And if you go in,
everyone kind of like makes a motion to look, but everyone's also confused and looks back at you. And Hadim, there's nothing there.
Yeah, sure. And there was a lab and cages, and how about I just show you?
He's gonna beckon at some of the guards. About 4 of them break off from the crowd of onlookers. Guards are starting to kind of like push people away from the body, set up kind of a perimeter around it, keeping people separate, not letting people touch it and stuff like that. But some of 4 of those break away and start following him. He goes, his hands kind of go behind his back, and he kind of sits up a little straighter with the demeanor that he had before was a lot more like confused and open to like explanation. At this point, that demeanor shifts a bit to where it's more of, I am in charge, therefore I am in control, and a bit more closed off, a bit shuttered off at this point. And so he nods at some of the guards to break off and come following you as he gestures leading the way.
I'll take him to the entrance where I stashed that one guy and
and
the other lady.
The lady. Oh, that halfling
Wait,
lady
what
wasn't
lady?
over
Yeah.
here.
The halfling lady?
Yeah,
She
Anola
already
saved a halfling lady.
Out.
Yeah,
And
she pulled herself out. But the old man is still there, actually.
before
the guard.
before
The
we
guard is still there.
before we head over, I just want to say I think a bit more important than this. I think a bit of respect is owed to the ones we couldn't save. If you can have some people on that.
Okay. He nods at another two guards, and they break off from the perimeter setting up. And he goes, "Of course, you're right. Collect the dead. We shall honor them later."
I'm gonna run ahead because I can move pretty quick, and I'm just gonna make sure that Nemo's not doing anything too stupid or like I don't know, just
That's
like,
a
making
great
sure everything
great
is
thought.
okay in there when everyone else gets there. So
Actually, as you're running past me, I'm gonna take my shirt off and I'm gonna give it to you. Just give this to Nemo.
I wish I had eyes right now.
Just give this
He's
to Nemo.
Give this to Nemo.
Well,
okay.
Well, Inala will see she has not previously seen before gashes all across her neck and across her abs and on the side of her neck that you previously had not noticed before.
Like
Probably
gashes
because-
caused by some sort of weapon.
What are you wearing?
Like a
What are
little
you not
bandeau
wearing?
top.
What?
You should clarify that. Yeah,
Bandeau
I was
top.
imagining
Bandana?
topless
It's a
Corhale
bandeau
for a
top.
moment.
Yeah, just titties out. No, she's got a top on, guys.
You just
Okay.
said
You did
handed
say,
me-
I'm going to take my top off.
Yeah.
And you didn't say anything else.
I think
was like,
that'll.
okay.
I really think that'll help the situation, guys.
I just wanted to
It'll
know.
definitely cause a distraction.
Exactly.
Anyways, I'll take it and I'll start running ahead to find Nemo.
As you guys are, so Konari, as you break away and kind of scurry up on ahead, Hadim's gonna turn to Karhale and ask, "Your friend, where is she going?"
Well, you're.
And then
You're
he
about
sees
to
you
see.
disappear into the rock, and he's like, "Oh, okay. What exactly is she doing ahead?"
I think she's just trying to make sure our other friend in there isn't dead.
You have another friend inside. I see.
2, I believe. He was looking pretty rough, and he didn't think he was going to survive this fight. And you know, that's pretty fair. He almost dies like at least once a week.
I know the type.
So we left him in there for safekeeping.
You say that your friend said that Our Lady was the one who owned this monster. Is that what she said?
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for all of this, but that sure is what it looked like. Look, we're mercenaries. We just got here today.
Because presently Our
What-
Lady is hurt and in the infirmary from whatever this beast was. She was
What
attacked
reason?
by it.
What reason would we have? We've never been here in our lives. What reason would we have to lie about this? And I
That
mean,
is what I wish to determine.
honestly,
As he's stalking kind of like a little bit ahead of you at this point. but you can still keep up easy.
I'm following close
Really easy.
behind, by
Yeah.
the way.
Okay. Good. Atoll is keeping near you, Anala, as well.
I'm no investigator, but what it looked like was she was in charge of it, and she's the one who gave that monster the order to start killing.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Which I'm proficient in now!
Yay!
Yay! Holy frick!
Also,
That was a
Kanari,
natural
take
19,
an
so
inspiration
that's
point for just outing
24.
Lusitania right off the bat. Because that was like so tracked for Kanari, like it tracks for Kanari. So
Thank you.
That's a 22
It does.
for persuasion.
Ooh,
22.
girl.
okay.
Natural 19.
Okay. He
Which tracks.
doesn't
she's
visibly
very,
react
she's very
to what you're
earnest.
saying. Mm-hmm. Oh, most definitely tracks. But also, you are speaking against the head of this entire household.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Harim. We were intending on not just outing her. My associate spoke a bit prematurely. We intended to bring this to some higher ups to see if there was an explanation for this. But she got a bit ahead of herself.
Oh, please. I'm just telling it like it is.
I know! Shut up! I'm trying to cover our skin here.
I know. Canaris is always going to be your problem. It's fine.
Atoll kind of like a little bit behind you guys, flanking you guys, pipes up. She really didn't mean any disrespect. It's just how it appeared to us with our normal eyes. There's probably multiple different things that could have been going on. We don't know. That's just what we saw. She'll add her 2 cents too. She rolled pretty well with that.
Anala will pipe up and say, yeah, we're not trying to cause any trouble. We saw a lot of innocent people die today. We don't want any more to go the same way.
Roll me another persuasion check. This is in essence a group check. Kanari, actually also roll me a persuasion check from earlier when you.
Come on,
Yeah.
roll high. Don't you have inspiration?
7. I hate my life.
7. Okay.
Get new dice.
7.
13.
So that's Karhale was a success. 13, Kanari.
Mm-hmm.
Karhale was a success. Atoll was a success. Anala, fail. Kanari, a
Loser.
fail too. Which tracks for you saying that the name explicitly like that.
Yeah.
What's it called? So he doesn't have any outward reaction to what you guys are saying beyond nodding and continuing to walk. When you guys get to that edge of the illusion where the rock face seems to be, and then Karhale, you push through it, and he's like shaken a little bit, but then pushes through it a little bit as well. And the guards behind him start whispering, like, wow, what exactly is this shaitanic magic? As they step through as well. And Kanari, what you find when you run up ahead. So you take off, right? You come into the corridors where the beds are. First thing you see is the spread eagle Dalwyn strapped to the bed where you left him. He seems to be unconscious with blood dripping out of his ears. You're not really sure if he's alive or dead.
Dang it.
Forgot about him.
I did not, but
I forgot about him.
He's so that's what you initially see. You see no one else in this room.
okay.
What do you go right or left first?
Okay. Which way was the room with the crystals?
Room with the crystals would be left. So if you go all the way down the room past Dalwyn's bed, and then there's a little archway there that used to be covered with like this pink, colored haze. I think it was a pink haze. And then through there is where the crystals terrarium was.
I'll go in there. She assumes Nemo's probably up there looking at the crystals and or the paperwork that was up there.
You sweep in. What you see first sight is that the room that was incredibly damaged by the explosion that the crystals caused earlier is a little bit even more so damaged, with stuff just kind of knocked off. Anything that was still on the walls, on the desk, and on the shelves knocked off. Another shelf has fallen over at this point. And you see the desk itself closer to you has been melted through with some sort of looks like sorry, you can't see this. What am I saying? You feel no presence in this room.
I mean, she can feel that things are out of place. Like she senses
some things are out of
place
from what you remember sense wise. There's also a smell of like acid in the air, and you're not sure exactly where that's coming from. It's probably mixed with all the vials that are sending up random scents into the air. A lot of herbs.
Yeah.
It's very strong. It's not comfortable.
I like to point out that when you said acid the first time, you cut yourself off right after.
You did.
You're like, tables full of. Anyway.
To be fair, this is how it smells.
All right, so she doesn't sense anyone. She's just gonna keep going.
Okay, so you go through that room and you come out onto this ledge that overlooks the cavern. From before, this ledge where you guys found Nemo last time and Lusitania and them, you sense immediately, Yili, you hear her actually cursing up a storm, pun intended,
That's my
over in
girl.
the corner as she's like right as you come through the staircase, come out. She's right to your left, and she slams her fist down on a what seems to be some sort of object. It's almost like a trunk. It feels like a trunk from your senses, and she slams her fist down on it, and she's like, I don't get it. Yeah. And she storm it.
Yili,
Yili,
where's Nemo?
Hi. He went off to do his own thing. I'm looking for evidence.
Okay, well, you need to get out of here because there are people coming that are with the estate. So I don't know what you have. Grab it and find somewhere to hide.
She shakes a sack, and you hear clinking, cracking, clacking inside a sack of just random items. She goes, I think I've got a lot of evidence, though. I think this could help.
Good. I'm good for you. But go hide somewhere. You seem to be small. Squish somewhere.
Okay. And she goes off to do her best to hide. So she's going to roll. Not terrible. So she goes off somewhere to hide. I would say your passive, you recognize that she is hiding behind some chests that are on the other side of this little ledge. You can definitely sense her. You can smell her presence, obviously, but
I'll come back for her in a minute. But I'm going to go find Nemo first, trying to make sure he's got a heads up.
Okay. How do you wish to find Nemo? Are you trying to like sniff him out kind of deal?
Sure, kind of like I'll put my ear to the ground and see if I hear any more creatures walking around in the area. And I'll also open up my mind thing and try to like, well, I guess I can't sense him, so I can't talk to him. Just kidding. Yeah, I'll just kind of try to sniff him out and hear if there's anyone walking around.
I would say actually cutting off the need for a roll, you hear and a splat of sound where it sounds like moist ground that was just slammed onto like belly flop onto like a bunch of mud, and that's coming from deeper into the cavern itself, like into the expanse of the cavern. You could go down the stairs if you'd like and go contact him, but you do hear him. He's like,
all right. I will go up to him, and when I'm close enough, I'm going to mind link with him and be like, Nemo, there are people coming to this cave, so if you're doing anything suspicious, I would stop it and maybe come stand next to me so you look like you're not so sneaky.
I don't do suspicious things. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nemo, you're less suspicious. To just come over here, okay? Like,
well, can you help me out of this? And
goodness.
he's like, over here, and says it out loud. So you come to like the edge of this little pit that's this 20-foot down pit at the bottom of which you can smell just the scent of decomposing bodies, blood, gunk
Gross.
at the bottom of it. And you hear Nemo there, I can't get back up.
All right, I'll lower some rope to him and try to pull him up, I guess.
Easy enough. By the time you do pull him up, you do hear the sounds of people coming into the quarters because the other archway opens into the quarters right behind you.
Okay.
You do hear them coming in, and at this point, Carhale, you are leading. What's his name? You let him pass the bones, which he kicked around and was like, "That's not unnerving." As you guys,
once Carhale gets closer, I'm gonna mind link with her and be like, "Heads up, Yuli is hiding up on the ledge, and we still have that monk guy strapped to the bed. So maybe try to avoid bringing people up there."
As you guys are like coming through the archway, you hear Kanari say that, yeah.
Just make sure Nemo puts a shirt on. I don't want them seeing whatever that
Nemo, Carhale
crap
gave
is
this for you.
Chest.
Why do I need a shirt? I have a perfectly good shirt back in my room.
Well, if you don't have one here, and she's gonna start like wrestling on his head, like we don't need you. Carly's shirt's probably like a little dress on him.
Yeah, there's a little dress on him. Oh, totally.
Well, no, it's not long anymore because he's not that much shorter than me now.
By the way, guys, actually, never mind. Kanar can't see.
Oh, no, just say it. It's okay. I'll pretend I don't know.
What you guys notice when you guys will see Nemo again is that those spider cracks that have been growing on his chest and stuff, like they had ended around like at the top of his chest. Now they're creeping up the side of his neck. And you see just this one crack up the side of his neck glowing like blue energy.
Interesting.
Just tell him to keep whatever the glowing thing on his chest is covered up. I don't want more trouble than we need.
I don't think this is going to be a problem, but okay. And he cinches the ties at the front of your shirt and everything a little tighter, pulls it up. It's like, oh, that's annoying. And he's like trying to cover it up, but it's hard. There is also actually gunk all over him, so he actually moves some of the gunk to cover that part of his neck. He smells like blood and guts, by the way, Kanari.
You smell awful. More than usual.
You smell so hot yourself, princess.
Princess. That's a new one. And she's gonna start pulling him along and try to like skirt around the outside, so they're not like, the first thing he was snooping around.
Mm-hmm. I still want to see what's up there. And he points at the ledge, not that you can see, on the where the statue was and stuff. I want to.
We're gonna start going up the stairs. See if anyone stops us.
No one stops you. You guys. He pulls you toward the ledge, like that ritual space, basically, with the statue in it, the one that overlooks the cavern itself. They're coming in through the quarters. As they do, you do hear Hutting from a distance, but Carhale Hutting turns to you and he goes, "Where exactly is your friend? What is she doing down here?"
Like I said, making sure my other associate isn't dead. I'd really prefer him not to be.
And the guards that came with him before kind of spread out into the quarters, like they have their weapons at the ready. And he kind of stalks through the room down to the end, and he goes, "Do you know who this is?" Turning to the Daoin strapped to the bed, and he didn't recognize him at first because of the blood that's kind of covering his face, and he's beaten to a pulp, like he is beaten to a pulp, and he goes, "This is the head of security. Why is he tied to the bed?" And
I'm pretty sure he was trying to kill us.
Untie him.
And I believe that's what it was.
No, I wanted him.
There's a general sense.
I didn't want to. Is there any way that I could have not gone in that room? Because she told me not to go in that room.
I was
Okay,
going to
so
try
that
to
room is
avoid
the
it.
front, like so the front tunnel goes into that room. Like that's where
There's
it
no avoiding
goes.
it.
There's no avoiding that room.
I
Okay,
thought it
that's
was
what I
pointing
figured.
the right way, the left way, and he
No.
was.
Could have taken him with you.
I could show you the map. Where did I put the freaking
Bummer. I
taking
probably
him
would have
with you.
untied him and like shoved him under the bed or something. But oh well.
Oh, I was wondering if you're gonna do that, but you didn't do
I
anything
thought
with
he
him.
was in the left, like the left tunnel, and so they were going the right tunnel.
Oh
Like,
no! He's tied to the bed in the quarters. I don't know. It's kind of already happened. I'm sorry, love.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. So this is the way it's set up, right? The quarters are right here, and the entrance into this underground like cavern area and stuff is right here. So it goes directly
I
into the
didn't have
quarters,
an
and then you
I
go
didn't have
either
an
to the
excuse
right,
for this one.
or you go down. You either go to the right there, or you go to the left. It's hard to figure out where to move my finger. There. That's where Kanari went. Kanari, presently you're over like here.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, so that's kind of the setup of the area. Okay, so he's seen him, and they start untying him. He's unconscious though. They don't have any way to heal him or anything. He goes, "So you said he was attacking you? Was he under his right mind?" The DC for this is now higher, by the way,
I
because
figured.
you guys have apparently attacked and taken captive, in theory, someone he's friends with or acquaintances with, at the very least.
Look,
And he checks his
I'm
pulse.
not familiar. I'm not
He's
familiar with. I'm not familiar with magic or anything like that. But I don't know who this is. I just know he was trying to kill us. So obviously we kept him alive because we don't know him. We don't know if he's under his right mind.
And all up, Atoll pipes up. I'm pretty sure maybe some magical influence was being used. Like, this was some sort of monster made of magic. So maybe they were controlling him too. I don't know.
They were definitely controlling the monster. They could have been controlling him too. Like I said, I don't know. Is this a friend of yours?
This is Dalwin, head of security. He's been working here for the past 2 years.
All I know is.
Well, he's a piece of crap. No, I'm just kidding. She's far away.
All I know. Look, all I know is he was trying to kill us, so we had to take him out of the equation in the nicest way possible.
Roll a persuasion check. Atoll's also going to roll one here.
That was a nat 20, Becky.
For me.
That was a nat 20.
Nice.
Okay. You seem to believe what you're saying, but it's still. We need to figure out what exactly happened here. And he turns. Where is your friend?
We'll come upon her at some point, I suppose. Look, why are you so suspicious of us just helping people? I don't know about you, but I was raised to help people regardless of personal gain or personal consequence. You're a holy man, presumably of Taylor. Whatever happened to protecting those who can't protect themselves? Thought that used to mean something around here.
I respect the protection of innocence that you have offered and what you have done in killing this beast. But it doesn't take away the suspicion that perhaps you're part of the creation of it, and maybe you are fixing a mistake that you made.
So you think that these random mercenaries from a caravan who got here yesterday built a lair in this cave, kept people in said cave, somehow hid this monster from the caravan we've been traveling with for weeks, and ordered it to kill people only for us to kill it ourselves? For what purpose?
That is yet to be determined. I do not understand what's going on, but I cannot believe that the woman, the lady of our household, the one that has been shown the greatest of kindnesses to most of the people that live here, and some of the guards nod, someone our people love dearly. Surprising, since she's Nonetheless, it's hard to believe that her bleeding out right now in our estate's infirmary is at fault for something like this when 3 strangers are saying as much.
Sometimes the ones we trust the most have the greatest things to hide. Ever think about that?
You aren't wrong, but that's not something Our Lady would do.
That's
Well-
not something you'd think she'd do. Maybe she's not in her right mind.
We're not just randomly pointing fingers. We're just telling you what we saw. This doesn't make full sense to any of us. We just want to help the innocent ones here and
Look, we're
catch the
putting-
bad ones.
Anola,
We're
roll
putting
me
our
a new
lives-
persuasion check.
Can I help? Look, we're putting our lives on the line, accusing her of this. Why would we do that unless we truly believed something's wrong here? We don't care about the politics of your bloody estate. All we care about is making sure more innocent people don't die.
Anola, what did you get?
15.
15. Pretty good. I honestly don't know what to think. And Atol's gonna pipe up. The caravan on the way here, and you can ask the guard Navarre, Lady Lucia's head of security. You can ask her. We had a shaitan that was like pretending to be me in our caravan. Maybe what we saw was just another one, and they just set up shop here, and you guys hadn't noticed because they're that good or something. I don't know. And
I'm just saying there's a lot of things that could be at play here, and we should be the last on that list.
he doesn't say anything, but he turns to go down the path to the left, the one that Kanari went down initially, and he enters into the lab, a destroyed lab. What happened here? And he starts picking at bits and pieces of things lying around.
Whatever that is exploded and blew that hole in the wall.
Magical experimentation, then.
I mean, you would know better than me.
He rolled really well. It seems to be some sort of lab. It's used to create something, I don't know. And he's picking up bits and pieces of those crystals, but there doesn't seem to be any recognition or anything as he drops them again and they clink onto the ground.
I'll get into my backpack. Look, here, I grabbed one. We tried to gather what evidence we could before everything got destroyed. The lady, and I'll point at the table, she set things on fire, and then they set, I don't know how, because, magic, it made the crystals explode.
Okay.
But I managed to snag a few things before all that went down. And Atol, you have the papers. Nemo put them in your bag.
Yeah. These were on, and she lays them out on the desk that's in the lab, partially destroyed by what looks to be some sort of acid that was eating away at the wood itself. As a side note, the top drawer is now open because of that acid dripping through. Or at least you can reach your hand into where the drawer space is. It's presently empty. But she Atol spreads out the little bits and ripped pieces of paper, burned pieces of paper. And it looks like just a lot of writing with no rhyme or reason that you can't understand because it's written in a language you don't understand. He looks at it with deepening confusion.
Can Anala read it?
If Anala wants to try. It's like I said, it's ripped up,
Try.
basically got
I was
shredded.
I was
hold on.
questioning if it was
I have-
Hestrian.
Hold on.
I was
have
questioning if it was
something.
Hestrian because she said she reads that.
Anala,
I have
when you
the,
glance at it, you cannot read it.
I was gonna say I have that scroll thing.
You do have that scroll thing, so you
I forget what it's
could.
called. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Sorry, the scroll is for identify. It has the identify spell on it, so it's
Oh.
1 cast time for the spell Identify, which you could use for, but it's more for magical items. So it'll tell you what exactly the item can
Oh,
do.
okay, never mind.
Scrolls are a
maybe
one-time thing.
And then, but you have intelligible
else.
tongues for yourself.
That's
bonus
what I
for
was thinking
you
of.
have.
I was
so
thinking
you
of
could
that.
take your
Yes.
time and read it.
Yeah,
Although
can I try?
it'll take
That's
time
what
to
I
sit
was.
down
I was
and do
thinking
that.
of
It'll
the
take
intelligible tongues thing. That's what I was thinking of. I got it mixed up.
for now, it'll just glancing at it, it'll take you a couple hours to try to like piece it, figure out what the words mean to be able to piece it back together again.
Okay.
But just on a straight look at it, go ahead and roll me a history check or religion check to determine what language it is, at least.
It's called Nunya. Nunya
Nunya
business.
17.
17. Okay. Looking at it, it looks to be a language that your father has found scrolls in from long before, but it's what he said was it was a language of darkness. You know it in more knowledgeable circles, more intelligent circles, to be referred to as abyssal.
And how do I know this again? You said it's my dad?
Your dad, you haven't been trained in this language, but your dad has given you maybe an overview of old archaic languages, and this is one of those. So you were never trained in how to read it, but you could plausibly figure it out with enough time spent and high intelligence rolls, basically.
Cool.
But it is a language of darkness. In theory, associated with evil creatures and the shaitan themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I can't make heads or tails of this. What kind of... I don't know what this is. I couldn't say whether it's evidence or not to Our Lady's...
And you think you're the best person to judge what's going on here? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that,
I'm not
yeah,
I'm not
you're right. Oh,
I can't tell exactly what this is, but this looks familiar. My dad he's basically been kind of my teacher my whole life, and I think this might be a language of darkness, if I'm not mistaken.
his eyes kind of
Pretty bad
smirk
stuff.
at that phrasing, and he looks up at you. What kind of... I don't know you. I don't know if what you're saying is true, but if that is true, then this is a worse issue than I might have thought initially. And he turns...
What we're trying to tell you.
He nods and turns to continue moving through the space. So he goes up the stairs this time, and he comes out onto that ledge. I'm gonna roll. His passive perception's relatively high for a priest. Okay, so he comes out into this top area. The guards spread out in front of him, making sure that there's no one around. The 4 guards. If you guys follow after him, you guys notice him kind of casing what he's seeing slowly. He takes in the statue, this obsidian statue that's half finished, of a form of some sort of male humanoid. Hard to tell exactly what's going on there, though. Seems to be a handsome start to a male human almost, but it's only like half finished along the side of his body.
Does it look familiar?
Roll me a religion check.
Religion? Roll. That was a nat 1.
Ooh.
Nat 1.
Right after a nat 20.
It honestly doesn't even look like a person to you at the moment. It looks like half of a slab of stone, like deformed. And you're kind of...
That's funny.
yeah, it looks like half of a slab of stone. The coolest thing that sticks out to you, though, is that it's obsidian, and it's shimmery and beautiful, and you've never seen obsidian before. Like, not in person. Not in person, what am I saying? There's no pictures in this world. Or, well, anyway. And so as you guys look around, there are 4 desks that take up the space. There are also 2 chests to your left, the ones that Yili was messing with initially. As he kind of takes in the space, his eyes kind of squint. And Karhale, what's your passive perception again?
Real bad. 10.
Oh boy.
Okay, you actually don't notice this. And Nala, what's your passive perception?
12.
12. You do. You hear the sound of kind of quickened breathing, as well as like almost just the quickened breathing. That's what you hear, and it occurs to you that you guys aren't alone. Like, it's not just you guys and the guards here. There's another individual on this list.
When
Am I? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Kanari,
this is
you
Really?
hear them coming out on the ledge, and it's up to you. Do you want to stay present when they come out onto the ledge, or do you fall back?
okay. All right. I'm gonna need to think this through because I am confused as to what's going on. I think because when I first came in, I came into the lab, and then I went into the room that's overseeing, I think, everything else, right?
So you came here, and then you went over here to the ritual space. This is the overseeing ledge. Yeah.
Yes. That's where I found Yili, and I told her to hide, right? Then I went down to the pit, and I grabbed Nemo. And then he said, I want to go upstairs. I think
He meant
he said.
going back to the ritual space. Yeah.
So I was pulling him up there already.
Yes. So that's why you would hear them coming up before they're even out there. You have the choice to fall away and hide again, or stay.
No, I'm gonna stay, and I'm just gonna make a bunch of noise so that way, hopefully, they don't notice Yili's breathing over. Kind of draw attention to us. And
are
if
we
we're
trying to draw attention away from Yili?
What?
Why do we care if they know if Yili's here?
I don't know if they know more than they're letting on, and if they're part of who are trying to kill Yili.
Yeah. Okay.
When
I don't know.
When I hear the heavy breathing, do I recognize it as Yili maybe, or like even if it's like a small child?
Intelligence check. Just an
if
intelligence.
worse comes to worse and they start poking around, I'll pull Yili out and like kind of hold her to myself, like kind of like a, but not her to them. But
make that investigation, by the way, Anala, an investigation check, because this is putting together clues and
thank God.
Deductive reasoning.
Nine.
A natural 1.
Yes,
a natural 1. Never mind.
It's 8 investigation.
I'm putting these away. Where are your dice? You got me, Liz. Here we go.
She does have a very high investigation.
My gosh.
Expertise,
yeah,
man.
I am expertise.
Okay, so Anala, like you're kind of like a little bit panicked, especially with all the crap that's been going on, and you know that there's another individual here, but it does not occur to you immediately who it could be. You're just kind of like, oh crap, there's someone else here. Oh, hi, Nathan.
Wow.
Hi.
Hey, perfect timing.
Actually, this is pretty good timing.
Nemo presently. I sent you the recap, so if you read that, then you know what I recapped anyway. But right now, what's happening is Karhale, Anala, and Atoll are leading a group of guards and a priest through the underground tunnels. Kanari has since told this priest, his name's Harim, that Lusitania is the one who created this monster. She owns the monster and attacked everyone with the monster, basically. So they're presently trying, presently telling, trying to convince the priest that you guys aren't the bad guy here, because you guys are presently, initially, in essence, you guys are trying to convince him to believe, you guys, strangers, over the personal knowledge that he holds about his head of house, or head of.
So who told them that it was Lusitania?
Kanari.
Oh, okay.
First thing out of her mouth. We had a plan,
baby.
We had a whole plan. We were gonna go talk to Lucia.
I honestly totally forgot about it, and it just seemed like what Kanari would say. She was just like, "Here's the facts, bro. Your lady is crap." So anyway,
I love it. As you guys come out on this ledge, by the way, these guys are struck by the smell of decomposition. There's bones that are scattered around this ledge, the ritual space. Nathan, they are presently here on the map in the underground tunnels. You guys, Nemo, you
Why
and
are
Kanari.
they down there?
Kanari pulled you out of the pit, by the way, when you fell back inside. So she pulled you out of the pit, and you guys were going to the ritual space because Nemo wanted to look at the ritual space and like examine it and see what stuff he could find and everything, which I thought made sense. As you guys are there, that's when the guards, including Karhali, Inala, and Atoll, come out on the ledge as they're kind of examining this underground space. Sorry, what was your question?
I also gave you a shirt.
She gave you a shirt with the advice to cover up the cracking that's coming up your neck at this point.
Oh, okay.
What was your question from before, though?
About what did I say?
You asked why are the guards in there?
Oh, why is everybody down there now? Yeah.
Because the monster's been killed, and they were asking what exactly this monster was, where it came from, to Karhale, who had Karhale and Nala had asked the people who fought it what exactly made it, or like what it was, where it came from and stuff. And that's when Kanari mentioned Lusitania, and then Karhale and Inala. Oh,
I've been trying to cover for it since.
yep. But basically, the guard is like, "What's going on? Why are you guys involved?" As well as, "What is this beast? You say it's Lusitania. How can I believe you guys over her?" And apparently, Lusitania is also injured and being taken care of back in the infirmary of the estate.
Interesting.
Apparently, Lusitania has said that she was attacked by a monster, but he didn't say any more than that. That she was attacked by a monster. She's being treated at the infirmary, and he is generally not quite believing the idea that she is the instigator of this creature and such. Although they have been having some good rolls, so he is not intending to arrest you guys immediately. There's still an openness there to hearing out what's happening here. So he is presently examining the area. They went through the lab, and now they are coming out into the ritual space. You and Kanari are up there. Kanari has already told Yili to hide because she got into this area first to come and track you guys down so that there wouldn't be any untoward stuff you guys are doing to make anyone suspicious and stuff. Yili is hiding in the ritual space presently. And Kanari, what are you doing to kick up enough sound to cover up her presence?
Before she does that, real quick, I wanted to say, I do have a question for you, Harim. You said the lady was injured by this monster. What was she doing in here?
She told, okay, so he wasn't the one who took this in, or that took this information, or found her.
I'm just so in doubt.
He has no, you're fine. Sorry, I'm trying to determine what he would know. He has secondary information. So what I was told is that some of the guards turns to the four guys following him. One of them pipes up. I think it was Nadar. No. It was Caden. And he goes, Guard Caden found Lady Lusitania coming out of the monster's zone of damage. From the back, he didn't see where she came from, but I'm assuming perhaps she came from this illusory tunnel. And as she was stumbling away bloody, told them that a monster attacked her, I believe, and then she, as far as I understand, the other guard that he motioned to before, he goes, I think she passed out about then. And a lot of them kind of nod in like a somber, like empathy with the damage.
So you didn't answer my question. What was she doing here? You guys didn't know this existed. So what is this psychotic dungeon lair lab thing? You say she came from the place where there's all these illegal magic experiments. You said they were.
That is an assumption I have made. I do not know We will hear her out upon her waking. Though I will say, I don't know what reason she could have for being down here.
More reason than 3 random mercenaries would have.
I find no reason for you to be down here either. What is your name?
Like, Carhale, we went over this, Harim. We went over this.
Carhale.
Okay, you need to be listening because I don't like repeating myself. We followed the explosion that your men couldn't follow the trail of. Whatever that was, we decided probably best to be checked out by someone of... I
The
don't want to say...
explosion, from what our guards said, was caused by magic. Whatever is going on down here, whoever did this has magic as well. I'm not saying you are at fault for this, because you're right, you just arrived. Why would you be involved in this? But perhaps you work for those who are. Perhaps you're called to their side. I don't know.
Speaking of arrived,
I'm more willing to...
happen to be here. Does that happen often? Do people just happen to show up, in this creepy little cave thing? Because I would really like an explanation as to how I got here. And I think you're letting on more than you know. I'm sorry.
He turns to you with confusion. You're not with them. You're not one of the mercenaries. I don't know all the faces of the mercenaries.
I am a part of their group. I just got separated, unfortunately, but somehow made it back to them a little bit earlier than I planned. I just showed up here.
You just showed up here?
Yes, I was on a side mission of my own. And next thing I wake up and I'm just by these guys, fortunately. And now, yeah, if you could just explain that to me, that would be great. Because
I thought you said you got kidnapped by that
Roll-
Konotosh guy.
Roll me a persuasion check, Anala, because it's not deception. This is just you trying to convince him that you're speaking the truth as he rolls.
Huge. Wait, what am I? Is it for persuasion?
Mm-hmm. And Kanar. So at this point, you guys are up in the ritual space. I feel like this conversation is going on at about the same time. Kanar, what kind of sounds were you trying to use to cover up? What's her name's presence?
I'm gonna be like patting Nemo down and be like, "Are you hurt? Is everything? Do you have all your bones in place? And please tell me you're not dead or severely wounded. I don't know what I would do if you were."
Roll me
Why are you touching me?
Roll me either deception or performance. Deception or performance.
They're both terrible.
Or even persuasion, honestly. Any of those three to try to draw the attention away from what the guards are presently doing, which is casing the area, making sure that no one else is present. And, searching for danger zones. Natural 20!
I also got a natural 22.
But
Yeah.
Nice. And Anola, you got a natural 22?
What?
Ooh.
Are you serious?
Wild.
All right, Nemo, it's your turn. Everyone has gotten a natural 20 this session already, so it's your turn now.
Trust me, I will not be. I wish, but.
Nathan, no logical decisions so far. But yeah. Okay, so Kanari, you do draw the attention of the guards as you're patting Nemo down and shouting your concern for his well-being. And the guards kind of look at you in confusion. What's his name turns around to Anala. How do you... To be honest, I don't understand. I've never seen you before in my life. I don't know why exactly you're here if you didn't come with them. Whatever exactly is going on here, you must be involved then. Is that what you're saying? Unknowingly.
I don't believe she's involved. I believe it's more like collateral damage.
There were beds in the other room. who was staying in those beds if Dalwyn was also there?
I believe
The guards,
the
one of the
people
guards,
they
by
were
the way,
holding-
had broken away in the quarters, and he had untied Dalwyn and started dragging him up the stairs and out of the tunnel back to the infirmary.
Hey, you screwed yourself over. You would have had time if you hadn't blurted the lady's name.
I know.
Investigation check for him. Pretty good. It seems
Okay.
like that room was a room for children, if I'm correct. There were drawings, there was dolls. There were children staying down there. And he's kind of more muttering this to himself, trying to figure out exactly trying to take in what's going on here. So the desk is burned presently. There's scattered skeletons around. There's holes in the ground where you guys have excavated some of the earth, some of the stone. Signs of battle all around.
Do I know where the room with the cages? Oh no, Rachel.
We lost
Um,
one.
The
There we
room
go.
with do I know where the room with the cages would be?
Room with the cages is down off the ledge in the surrounding area of the pit. So if you are up over here on this ledge,
I just
if you
wanted
guys
to
go
take
downstairs, and the cages are over here on the other side of the pit.
Okay.
Well,
Where's the spot with all the ruin?
The
or
guards
the,
have lit their own torches, by the way, at this point.
Jim, you said there were like ritual circles. Where are those at?
The ritual circle was in the lab. It is presently a little bit damaged because of the explosion of the crystal's terrarium, but you can go and examine that if you'd like.
Okay.
The guards are going around examining this area themselves. I'm going to roll again.
Did Yili get all the papers and stuff transferred over?
I mean, she got a bunch of stuff. She took
Well, I gave. Oh no, sorry, I gave a toll.
You handed
Yes,
the
they
paper,
toll is
the
my
toll
bad.
from before. A toll showed them to these guys. Anala has established that they are, what's it called? Abyssal,
Language.
written in Abyssal.
Oh.
Yeah. And from that, these guys are going around. Hadim seems to be not getting anywhere in figuring out what exactly this area is. He looks at the statue with confusion. He's looking around at the other stuff. So you guys see the 4 desks and everything. There's like basically open little boxes that had just a latch open on each of these tables. Excuse me. There's also a table at the end with an urn on it on the left side, and his guards kind of go to examine it, and they really don't know what to make of what he's seeing, what they're seeing. The guards collect the urn. They collect some of the boxes. There's 2 chests, which 2 of the guards go to examine. One of them pipes up, I think this one is magically closed. I don't know how to break through. It's whatever it is. The other one, he starts to one of the guards starts trying to like pry it open, and he uses like his weapon, the butt of his weapon, to try to break off the lock on it, but it doesn't seem to be working. So you did distract them, but as they keep on going around, I'm gonna say that they get an actual roll, not just their passive, to see Yili at this point, because you distracted initially, but since they're looking around and examining the area, she didn't hide very well. She got an 11, so it's not a very
That's for her.
place that she chose. I would say, Kanari, you realize that at a certain point they're going to find her the longer that they spend here. They are
All right.
not finding her, but you know that they will eventually, because it's not going to be that hard. As they make their way around the area, they're getting closer to where she's at, and it won't be a
All
question
right.
of if they can see her. It'll just be they'll see her because they're going to move some of the stuff.
I'm just
Well,
gonna
if
start to I'm gonna go over there and kind of pull her out and be like, Yili, are you okay too? Oh, come here. I'm glad that you're alive as well. I was so worried about you two, and
I thought I was supposed to hide.
I'm gonna mind link with her. Just go with it. They're gonna find you anyway.
That's weird. Oh, thank you for finding me. You saved my life. You're my savior. Thank
I'm
you.
just glad that you're okay. There, child.
Roll a deception check.
Why is that deception though?
I believe
Oh,
it. 100%.
okay. Sorry, deception or performance, either one, because it's kind of like you're lying because you're not actually.
It's all
doing
at
it.
-1 for me. It don't matter. 13.
Never mind.
13. Pretty good, honestly. So Harim's gonna go. A child is. What is
She's
going
one of the
on?
ones. She's one of the ones that was being kept here. And
Oh yeah.
if you want,
Something really was wanting to eat me. It was really bad.
if you want to see what happened to the other ones, you can just follow me.
Okay, he will take you up on that. He's gonna nod a gesture at the guards who continue following. As you take him across the pit, over to the cages. Let's take a really quick break because I have to go to the bathroom really quick.
Yep.
My goodness.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Be
I'm
Let
right
me
back.
change.
Oh yay! Good for you. Hello.
Hello, child.
You are quite beautiful.
No. Stop it. You're a beautiful man. Ooh, are those
Aw,
pants
shucks.
or shorts you're wearing? The pattern looks fun.
Oh, these?
Yeah.
Ooh,
They're shorts. They
Oh, I
like
love
cut
them.
off.
It's too cold now to wear shorts here. I mean, I probably could if I wanted to, but
Really?
now the highs is like low 70s. So I'm just
Liz,
praying
it
that
gets
it's
cold up north in September.
It's cooling off here, okay? It was only 90 degrees.
No, it's
yesterday.
not.
Only
Your
90.
definition of cooling off is 80 degrees.
Honestly, it is. I will say
That's
it's
really
been
sad.
nice.
What I'm accustomed to for September is like 50s.
I'm jealous.
Guys, my
Very
team
jealous.
won. Woo.
Woo!
What team?
My JV team.
Good.
Aw,
Yeah.
huzzah.
They're doing
Okay.
so well.
So, side note, by the way, I forgot. Carholly, you smell bad, and you have disadvantage on charisma checks because of the magical wild magic that infected you from before.
I
so you
totally
should have been
forgot
rolling
about
with
that.
disadvantage this entire time.
Yikes.
Carla, you smell bad.
That natural 20 shouldn't have
Okay.
happened in essence.
DM, we haven't leveled up to this point.
We'll
Correct?
say you smell like blood and guts right now, and it's just that scent is not going to wash away until nighttime, even if you wash. What?
So
We
am
haven't
I at
leveled up,
disadvantage?
correct?
You are at disadvantage. Keep that in mind. You have leveled up for like everything except for the special ability things.
Oh.
Yes. So we're gonna see about like having people
Great.
act out how that comes to them for the special ability things. But you get your extra HP. You get
Wait,
your
have you sent me the extra thing yet?
extra spells. I did send that to you, but you don't have access to it yet.
I now have 45 feet of movement, baby.
Ah, 45. Wow. You are so
Wow.
fast.
So hey guys, maybe I should not be doing talking.
Let's see. Something with Nemo's happening, but he won't know about that. Hey, actually, Nathan, roll me a d8 real quick.
Oh boy. Will I die or will I
Disadvantage on
not?
charisma checks until you have a long
4.
rest. Cool.
Good to know.
Mark down 4 days
Fantastic.
with a question mark.
What'd you say?
Mark down 4 days with a question mark.
What?
4 days
That's
till
so
death.
concerning.
Anyway, so back into this. So
Oh, boy.
Hadim, guy who's dressed like a priest. He's got the golden vestments going on. He's got the symbol of Taylor hanging from his neck. He's a bit damaged and everything, a little bit from the fight. Let's see. The 4 guards are with him. One has actually branched off, so he has 3 guards with him as he's examining the area. So he's being led by Karhali now, presently to the cages. So as you lead him down the stairs, they've all pulled up. They all have some torches with them. Yili is presently with Kanari. They didn't seem to be that suspicious of the child. As you guys walk, why exactly? What does the child have to do with this? Why were children being kept here?
That's a fantastic question, and I feel like someone who has more experience.
I'm pretty sure this thing really wanted to eat me. I just saying, it seemed to be the vibe I was getting from the monster. And he kind of gives a quirked eyebrow furrowed expression to this kid. And his whole kind of goes over and like nudges her. Shut up. Let them talk this out. And Yili rolls her eyes and continues following after with Kanari. What do you tell him as you guys come upon the cages? As you guys are walking over, kind of going around different boulders that are making up obstacles on the course there. But when you guys come to it, immediately they smell the burning flesh, they smell the blood and guts, and they see damaged pieces of bodies in each of the cages.
Well, this is where we found the kid.
They saved my life because it was going to kill me. And Hadim
It did
turns.
say that it was gonna eat her and that it was hungry.
She's gonna roll her own little persuasion check. Pretty good, actually. You guys actually hear a bit of a waver in Yili's voice. She's been playing it very cool and very like unaffected this whole time, but just with the tremble in her voice, Kanari especially can hear the fear that was there.
I'm actually gonna crouch down and I'm gonna grab Yili again.
It's okay. You don't have to put on a face with us. You know that.
Well, I don't know them. And she looks at all the other guards.
It's okay.
And she's gonna lean forward and she's gonna hug you and like hide her face in your neck. But as she does so, she's also gonna whisper, "Are they gonna kill me if they know what I am?"
Yeah.
And she goes,
Yeah, I think so.
and she starts to fake tears, alligator tears straight into your neck, which it's not super. It's not super well done faking tears, and you know that and you recognize it based on all the cubs back at home. Kanari, you recognize it, just base, insight, and everything, crocodile tears, but she starts crying and she just like hugs your torso basically and just latches onto you like a little monkey.
Oh.
And she says, like, I don't want to talk about it anymore, as she just fake tears into your latched onto you.
Okay, you don't have to. It's okay.
Although I will say there's never mind. Kanari, roll me an insight check, and Karhale, roll me or anyone who wants to. For
Yay. That's me.
I don't have.
Anyone.
What the actual heck? So far in this game, I rolled a 19, a 20, a 1, and a 2.
Gotta level it up.
that's hilarious.
That's really funny.
Okay, you hear the over dramatics of it, and you're like, okay, crocodile kids, they're there. I get what she's doing, trying to avoid like interaction with anyone. Kanari, what'd you get?
17.
17. Anala?
I rolled an 18.
18. Nice.
Ooh.
Nemo?
I didn't even need to roll well.
7. You hear the crocodile tears of a kid trying to avoid conversation because it's probably for the best. But Kanari and Anala, you guys hear there's a certain point where the crocodile tears shift into actual tears, and then she's just crying on Karhale's neck. But Karhale and Nemo, you guys don't hear that change. What started as dramatics changing into actuality. You just hear the crocodile.
It still hurts me.
Oh, I am sure. And so the priest, there's a bit of an empathy there, a bit of a pity for the child that's crying on your chest. He's gonna roll insight actually, and he's gonna turn to the cages though, and the bodies that he sees, and he nods at the guards, and they go to kind of examine them, break on some of them, like forcing open some of the cages and whatnot. But they seem to be mostly kids. One of them turns, and there's just like a stricken face of just body parts of children. That's not fun for anyone to discover. And what's his name? Hadim kind of like sets back, like kind of leans back on his heels, and just, what is going? This is above my pay grade.
And you think it's on our pay grade?
I don't know, okay? I'm trying to figure it out here. Kids are dead. Maybe you guys are at fault. Maybe you guys aren't. I don't know. You guys saved a bunch of lives. That's amazing. Thank you for that. But maybe you also caused the problem in the first place. Who knows? I don't. Take whatever you guys can find, wrap it in whatever, get the blankets from the other room, and wrap the body, whatever's left, and then see if Ema can figure out who they are.
I'm gonna.
Neely, do you know all the people that were with you?
There's sniffling. One's Raba.
I know you said Raba.
A baby. There were 3 people I didn't know. One was a woman, really small, maybe halfling woman. One was, and then she starts crying again and like buries her face in your neck.
I'm gonna mind link a toll and tell her, maybe you should go find Lucia and try to tell her what's going on so she can lend some credibility to us, because we could use a little bit of someone on our side.
Okay. I'll go see if I can find her. And she says that back to you in her mind. She also actually comments, if I tell them that I'm a soldier in the Talan army, they might be more willing to listen to what we have to say.
Sure.
I might have. Do you think I should? Because if I do, then that'll put me back on the radar of the military, and they'll think I deserve.
Well,
So
let's
it'll
see,
have
Lady.
immediate help. It'll help in an immediate way, but in the long term, it might be more damaging.
Let's see if Lady Lucia can clear us, and then if not, we'll pull that string.
So she turns to start to walk away, and as Hadim's been kind of sending the guards to clean up the remains and try, like, just horror just on his face and everything, he twitches in her direction. He's like, "Where do you think you're going?" "No one leaves. Everyone stays here with us." And she goes, "I wanted to go see if the Lady Lucia was okay. She's a part of our caravan. It's our job to make sure she's safe." And that's going to be a deception check for her part.
I mean, it's true. It is our job to make sure she's safe.
That's true. That is true. But it's not her intention with going, which is what she claimed.
Lady
13
Lucia,
plus
Lady
2.
Lucia.
Okay, so he goes, begrudgingly, he's going to allow her to leave. She seems rather small, as well as not as much of a threat as the rest of you. So he's going to nod and don't leave. Don't go too far. And she nods, kind of a salute, like soldier's nod, as she moves away quickly. So as you guys are back to examining the cages, Nemo, did you go with them or did you stay behind? What are you up to?
No, I'm just with them. Yeah.
Okay. Then for the next, I would say this is going to go on for about at least an hour of them just collecting what they can, figuring out what they are seeing here. And there's no outward evidence gearing any which way. I'm going to roll just 2 more.
I wanted to, after letting Yuli calm down for a minute,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna set her back down and look at her. Now, it's very important that you're truthful about this, okay? You did see Lady Lusitania here, and it looked like she was responsible for the deaths of the others.
I'll tell them what I saw, but if they ask me why, what do I say?
You don't know.
Okay. And you will see this conversation take place between Harim and little Yuli. He does bend down to kind of be on level with her. On his takes a knee in front of her and asks her very, very calmly, very gently about what she can tell him about what happened. Although he's actually going to take her into the other room to say it. He's going to take her away from where the cages are and the dead bodies and whatnot. So he's going to take her up into the quarters.
I give Yuli a nod, like it's okay.
And you let her go with him alone.
I'm following. I'm not letting go of them alone.
He will actually ask you for space to speak with her alone, to make sure that whatever she says isn't being coerced from you guys and whatnot.
Fine. I'll mind leap with her and say, if you need anything, I'm right here.
Oh, nice. Okay, so he pulls you into the other room.
Because
Take
that. That's fine.
And whatever conversation happens there, you guys don't really overhear. I'm going to roll for her and roll for him. Oh, natural 20 for him. Okay,
Oof.
so about an hour passes of them just collecting evidence and whatnot, trying to keep an eye on you guys. So if you guys ever venture a little farther away, one of the guards will like break away to keep an eye on you guys.
I'll take a nap.
Nemo takes a nap. Are you guys doing anything with the general area itself, or are you guys just staying within their view as this time passes?
Yeah,
And they
is
do their
there
own investigation?
is there any open fire anywhere around?
Not at this point. Beyond the torches, there's torches.
Never mind then.
Yes. So, as they conduct this search, he's gonna come back over. He's gonna so he's going to kind of. There's confusion and there's still kind of a warring suspicion on his face about you guys, but actually first, he's going to approach Nemo and ask you who exactly you are, what exactly you are doing here. What is your part in all of this?
I mean, I'm just a part of the group. They captured me and took me away.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
He's actually going to ask all of you guys where you guys are from and tell. Yili will have told him, Eran, Anala, you as well, where you're from, Kanari, where you're from, Karhale, where you're from. What do you guys give an answer to that kind of question?
I consider Eren home.
Okay. Roll me a deception check for that then.
That's a persuasion check.
Oh, okay. Okay. Roll persuasion.
Really?
That's disadvantage.
Kanari, what do you tell them?
I tell him I'm from a monastery in Tall. I'm out trying to gain more skills and have been traveling with this caravan for the past little bit.
I'd say that's pretty explicitly to be seen on your person, and they're going to recognize you kind
Do
of
I look like a monk?
looks as part of the acolytes.
Do you want me to punch you and show you, or is that good?
We're fine. And he moves on. And Nala, what do you tell them? What did you get, Karhale?
16.
16?
It was at disadvantage, by the way.
They believe you. Nice, thank you. And Nala, what do you...
I'm from the West. That's it.
They're going to press you for more than that. Like specifics of where you're from in Tall, because they're assuming that you're from Tall. And Anala would know that Alethkar is an enemy of
Yeah,
Tall.
that's...
And would it be your initial answer? You do know of different cities. Anala would have just knowledge of general areas and stuff. So you could pick something out of a hat if you'd like.
Sure.
What, our whole autobiographies? Is that what we're doing here? Like, come on. I mean, I don't even know. We walk in and you come at us and what's the issue?
So just choosing a Western town out of a hat. Go ahead and roll me a deception check. Nemo, what do you tell them when you're asked?
That I'm from Kel, studying abroad.
Oh my god.
Do you seriously say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nemo, you're gonna get yourself killed and it'll be all your fault.
You're gonna get us killed.
Okay.
18, by the way.
First, 18. Good. First question they'll ask you is, how did you get into the country?
I was allowed into the country. My family has a lot of connections, and I'm a rich little
It's not
boy
no brat.
who,
Little
yeah,
brat.
He's in a
essentially.
tunic
Fast.
that is way oversized for him, tattered pants. Probably might not even be wearing pants because the tunic definitely covers the pants that are left, beaten, bloody, and whatnot. Roll me a deception check with disadvantage because you don't look like a rich boy
don't
who
matter
has connections
because
at this moment.
I guess it kind of matters. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't get it on the way.
Huh?
I didn't get a response in time. So I got upset.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. What was I doing? Okay, I thought this was a 1, but it's actually a 7.
You
so
have
it's not
inspiration?
as
You have
bad.
inspiration, just as a side note.
I don't need it. That should be a 14.
Oh boy.
He there's definite haze of suspicion that falls over his face, and he goes and whispers this information back to the head, the priest. You're left alone for the moment. About an hour in, as you guys are kind of things are being examined, Atoll comes back with Lady Lucia in tow, and surprisingly, Lord Alar Adi also in tow. They come
I didn't
with.
think we were going to get her without him.
There's 2 soldiers behind, flanking the Lord, and they sweep down. So at this point, you guys are back up in the quarters area. No, actually, they're going to have ushered everyone out of this underground area anyway, and you guys are going to be out where the fight took place. The fire has now been put out. At this point, a lot of the buildings, though, the back buildings have been burned down. You guys see some of the bodies have already been collected, those that were killed, and wrapped up in blankets, different things that they could to cover everyone. The pieces of bodies that they're bringing up from below are small, just small sheets, deformed, not an actual humanoid shape at all, but they've collected those and laid them beside the bodies that are laid out. The fountain's still running red. The smell of charred like wood and whatnot is still hitting Canary. And people are genuinely sad and mourning what's going on. So there's people that are hovering over certain covered bodies and crying into like the sheets. Some people are wondering exactly who each body is. People are trying to figure that out and identifying things. So as you guys are brought to the top, you guys see the Lord and Lucia and Atoll at the front of them. And she comes up. This is Lady Lucia. She can vouch for all of us. And Lucia kind of steps forward, and she's kind of shaking. She doesn't like being outside. Yes, they've saved my life in multiple ways. And I've barely known. No, she's not going to say that. They've saved my life in many ways. They've been working for me for a long time now. She's going to go with that. The Lord Alar Adi is, as far as I understand, they are trustworthy as well. You have my backing to these 3. Because he's going to count out Nemo, Karhale, Canary, who helped his daughter, and Atoll 4. These 4. He's going to look at you, Enola, and kind of not know. Well, he doesn't know who you are. But he's not going to say as much. And neither will Lucia. The guards are kind of looking at you guys and them. And the priest, Hadim, is going to take Lord Adi, Alar Adi, to the side and speak to him in low, kind of a low voice, off to the side, trying to take him out of earshot.
Yeah, does Canary earshot?
I will say probably not. Roll me a perception check, Canary.
All I gotta say is one of the scene people should pick up the feat where you can read people's lips, because it's a good feat to have. But
I think that's more of an Anala or a Nemo feat.
So this will be trying to hear them over the general
thing.
hubbub of people crying and like being upset. The general upset.
24.
24. Okay. You do hear what they're whispering about, and the general consensus of the conversation is him trying to clarify that you guys have worked for them, that you guys haven't shown any suspicious activity or done anything that would call to question your guys' loyalties. And then he also asks about why there's a Kellen traveling with the killer. And
Timo.
Don't look at us like that.
he's going to be very confused.
You know you love me.
And
I really don't.
he's not really going to know what to say to that because
He has medallion. It's fine.
he hasn't. But the thing is that if he shows the medallion under the context that he's Kellen, it would contradict each other. They wouldn't give a medallion of a Talons
Right.
to
No,
a
it
Kellen.
wouldn't.
Wait, why not? I thought that was the whole point. Was if you studied under like a guy, they would give it to you.
If you were, in essence, a medallion is given to someone, a mage-born or a practicing mage, who has chosen to vouch for them that they are given power by Taylor himself, and that power is holy power, not the dirty magical power that most.
I
people
mean,
use.
there's Tellurians in Kel. That could still be valid.
less
Plenty of
valid.
people worship Taylor.
Plenty of people worship Taylor, yes. Well, see, it's like their look at it is from a Catholic versus a Protestant kind of vibe. So they would still definitely kill someone, even if they professed Taylorism but weren't actually following him the way they think that he should be followed, sort of thing.
Why can't we get some good old fashioned Muslims in here? Just mix it all up.
In essence, it's yeah. Anyway, okay. So all this to say, that's going to put a bit of a hamper on his defense. He's going to say, "I'll look into it," and that's what you hear, Kanari. I'll look into it. I'm not sure exactly why. I was not aware of this, but as far as he knows, you guys are trustworthy. That will sate major suspicions for now, and you guys are allowed to go back to your rooms for now. Anala, Lucia's going to approach you guys in general as a collective and ask who exactly you are. What are you going to tell this woman? She's covered in veils, dark skin. She's got these, I think it was, what color eyes? Oh, I don't have a description next to me. Golden eyes, over in beautiful golden eyes that you can see on through the veil, and she's shaking a little bit. She's got this very soft, high-pitched voice, like melodic, like a creek, like a brook. But what are you going to explain? What do you say? What do you claim as to who you are and like what your part in this is?
Well, first, before I say anything, do I notice that she's kind of shaken up and nervous? So if I do, then I'm going to ask her if she's all right.
I don't really like being outside very much. But I'm fine. So who exactly are you? I don't recognize you. Are you friends of theirs?
Yes, I am. I was separated for a bit at one point, kind of had a side mission of my own, but
we all met in a realm.
I see. Well, any friends of theirs or friends of mine, I'll explain later how things happened after you guys left. But
So the Lord Adi, is he in his right mind again?
He's fine. I took him down to the temple, and I told them what you guys told me, and they were able to remove any kind of magical influence over him. He's very and she actually grabs your hand. He's very thankful. The magical influence that was used on him was supposed to telling him to take me down to here, I think. To take you down into this.
That's
okay.
evidence
Roll an
enough.
insight check.
He'd have recollection of that?
That's all, Lucia. That's
I
all
would
we
s-
need.
as far as I know,
Natural
the suggestion spell doesn't
20.
say that you can get it.
Dude!
What you're told to do.
And
Natural
if I have my
20?
insight, I have a 30.
Okay, I'm gonna text you.
Thank
Holy
you.
crap!
you know.
Wait,
30?
insight on what?
Stop! You did not just roll
Insight
a
on
30.
Lucia's
I
what
will
she's
take
saying
a
right now.
picture of my dice and I will send it. as proof.
Whiskers!
Holy crap!
Nathan,
That's
what did you ask me? I
awesome.
completely forgot with what is happening right now.
Hmm?
What did you say to me before?
About?
I don't know.
I was saying something.
Was it you? What were you saying?
No,
I
I
was saying
said something.
I was
I
saying
just
something
forgot.
to Lucia.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. I thought he was asking me something for clarification.
No, I was asking you a question. I don't remember what it was though.
Then I do not recall either. Okay, so Rachel. Okay.
Does anyone else remember?
You were asking
I
me
don't-
if he would still remember what he was supposed to do.
Oh, yeah.
Mind control thing. Does no one
Yeah, that's
else
totally a
Picture,
thing.
but it's
remember?
proof. It's proof.
Hey. Oh, those are pretty dice.
Aren't they? Good job, Liz.
You're not allowed to use the other ones anymore. Sorry,
No.
Liz.
Those
You're
ones
only
are
allowed to use those now.
cursed. They have some
Don't worry. Bring
voodoo
them to
left
me.
over from
I'll
New
cleanse them
Orleans.
for you.
Thank
I'll
you.
cleanse them for you.
I appreciate you. It's a mighty long text
Oh.
you're writing up there, DM.
Guys, by the way, so Liz gave me a special like level up ability.
Bonus perk.
However many months ago it was, and I completely forgot about it. So I haven't been using everything I have.
Oh
Wow.
boy. He probably could
Great.
have saved us in something.
I do pull Nemo aside for just a quick second from Lucia and Anala.
Okay.
Yuli said all the ones that were killed in the cave were cubs. And there was a baby. Were they with the caravan? Do we need
Sorry, what
to,
did you say? I'm sorry, what?
the ones that were killed?
Yeah.
In the cave.
Mhm.
They were all cubs. And there was a baby. Were they with the caravan?
I don't know. I mean,
Yuli was with the caravan.
I could assume. I mean, isn't that the whole point of them bringing these kids here?
So you guys are back at your rooms is my thought on where you guys are discussing this, by the way. I don't know if I clarified that clearly, but
Either way.
mhm.
Do I have a room to stay in?
You can stay with us.
they have a room that they're sharing.
Buddies.
Funk
Yay.
buddies.
Yili is also with you guys. Atoll is also with you guys. So you guys are a little crowded in this little room, but it's
Aw.
fine.
That's fine. I'd rather
It's like sleepaway
have them
camp.
all in my sight. I just need to figure out how we're going to find their parents. Someone needs to let them know.
So Lucia, when she was earnestly telling you like her dad, Nathan, the thing was the suggestion spell, whether you remember it or not. Do you not remember it? I was under the impression that you can remember what you're told to do, that it doesn't erase. It's like being charmed, like you remember being
Yeah,
charmed, and you remember
like
doing
charm
what they
person.
told you.
Do you? Oh, okay.
think
You
so.
might, because suggestion.
I'll
you
look it
tell
up
the
now because that's
person.
important. Suggestion you tell the person.
Because you still
And then you
remember,
cast
you
it.
still
So I
remember
think-
what
yeah.
you were doing the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember. It doesn't say anything about forgetting it.
Okay.
They pursue that course of action to the best of their ability. If it's completed in a shorter time, or if the spell is removed, they won't. But what do you need?
I need a hair tie.
Okay. But yeah. So Lucia does tell you that she was supposed to be led here by her father, but because she removed the spell, he was not able to. And so he is very thankful because whatever happened here, being told like there was a monster and stuff like that, and then Lusitania was attacked as well. He thinks that Lucia would have been killed as well. Let's see, what else? They ask you for what exactly happened, and you guys tell them basically everything you know, right?
Mhm.
Basically, I mean, we kind of lead with the fact that like Yili's got powers and crap, but
Yeah, just leave that bit out.
What do you guys explain as to like the reasoning, like what they had in common, what these kids and people had in common to be treated as such?
We think they were all gifted by Taylor in some way.
Oh, okay. Roll persuasion or
The
deception.
young ones, I don't think the young ones necessarily would be showing signs. I don't know how they would know that.
Mhm.
But I mean, if they're smart enough to have all of these experiments with the illegal magic, I'm sure they're smart enough to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's with disadvantage, right?
Yeah.
You say persuasion?
Mm-hmm. Or deception, either one.
I think it's persuasion. I don't think I said anything that wasn't true. So to my knowledge, that's persuasion. That's 16.
ooh,
Got you. Okay. The Lord Alar Adi. Whatever is going on here, we need to make our way away from it, out of the collateral damage. And he takes his leave. Before he does, he puts his hand on Lucia's shoulder and he kind of knocks his forehead against hers gently. I'm just kind of connecting them, father and daughter. I'm glad you're all right. And then he steps away out through the door.
I follow him a couple steps. Out the
Okay.
door.
He turns to you.
Do you know who did that to you? Whatever it was.
From what I remember, it was the assistant to Lusitania.
Was it he, the tall man?
The Lord and his wife. He wasn't just her assistant. It was both of theirs. And Konotash, if that was his name, I don't remember.
That checks out. We saw both him and the lady Lucia in the cave. And she gave that monster the order to start killing.
Did you attack
Lusitania? No, I barely even saw her. They vanished magically. Or what I assumed was magic.
I would suggest that will not track because Lusitania is presently within the infirmary with injuries. Many injuries. She is worse off.
Well,
worse off than all of you.
I'm just saying, if I were running an operation like what it looks like, I would want the highly trained mercenaries out of my estate as soon as possible. And I believe you moved up our exit time sooner than was intended.
I did, although I'm planning to stick to it with all this chaos. I want no part in it.
Was that the original when you
was not the original
wanted
plan.
us to leave early?
Were
you in your right mind
to move up the departure time?
So that kind of sticks with my theory. If I were running an operation like this, I would want them out of my hair as soon as possible.
That is true. Nothing will be gained, though, of pitting a word of a stranger and someone of your... And he makes a motion at your general appearance. State.
I know.
Pitting your word against hers. I would suggest finding a reason that all of this is happening that doesn't put the lady at risk of defamation. They
My
won't
associate
believe you
got
if you continue with the idea that she is the one at fault here. They will stand with their own rather than 3 strangers, 4 strangers,
I
and a
know.
Kellen at that. We can back you as well as we can, but they won't trust the word of 4 strangers, like I said, over the word of their own.
But would they trust the word of the Lord Alara, dear?
I am backing you for my daughter's sake, and as in gratitude for what you have done in protecting my daughter from me, of all things. I would reward you for that, but I will not put my own name at risk for 4 strangers that my daughter hired in the middle of a town.
Would you be putting your name on the line? Would you be putting your name on the line for 4 strangers? Or for the lives of all of the innocents that were lost today? I have nothing
to do with that.
and I have nothing to gain here.
He's gonna turn toward you fully. He had been kind of like in the process of leaving, kind of turned half away from half toward you, but now he turns his full like body toward you.
Look, I completely understand wanting to protect your own. I do. And my associate definitely was out of line. The plan was to go to you and to Lucia with our findings before bringing things into the light.
Let me give you a bit of advice. Whatever happened here, you are the only ones who saw it, and these people have no way to ensure that whatever you're saying is the truth. They can make their best guess as to whether you're telling the truth, and maybe you are, but whatever they can take from you is going to be, at best, a guess. They can't know for sure. All they know for sure is their lady is hurt in their infirmary. Someone is at fault. A monster has killed multiple of their people, and they don't know who did it, who's at fault there. I think your best choice is to suggest, lightly or blatantly, that whatever you saw was an illusion, a trick, something. People are superstitious. They'll blame the shaitan for anything. I would say use that to your benefit to escape any suspicions toward yourselves. Claim perhaps a shaitan took her place, wanted to use her position to do harm to her people. They'll believe it. But if you continue on this path of blaming the lady of this house for something you cannot prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, because it is a case of your word against hers. If you have no proof beyond what you're saying, you would do well to change your track of story.
Is her name on any of the paperwork that I gave to Toll?
You guys haven't had time to really look through it.
Mm-hmm. But
even then,
not.
I mean, there's no proof that she wrote it.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting we ignore this?
It seems as to me that you don't really know what you saw either. Give them what they want, give them a monster. Direct them in the away from yourselves.
Monster. There is a monster. It's in their infirmary.
Can you prove it? Without a shadow of doubt. Until you can, protect yourselves first. I will be protecting my daughter first from the fallout of whatever this is. You will be rewarded, as my daughter will see to, for what you've done for us and our family. But
I give him
close ranks is my suggestion to you.
I give him a little nod, bow thing.
We will be leaving at first light tomorrow morning. No one will expect otherwise after this mess. And he stalks away. The 2 guards that were with him have been at his... he had directed them away when you guys had first started talking, so they were at a distance, not hearing what you guys were explicitly saying. But at this point, they meet him and flank him as he stalks away, and his robes kind of billow out behind him. So you guys are...
So now what?
There's a guard that's stationed at the end of the stairs, by the way, and you do notice this before you go back into your room. He's not at your room, but he's at the edge of the stairs where your guys' floor goes down to the other parts of the building.
Oh, we just had our rooms? Ugh, gross.
At the end of the hallway.
Get a life.
Peeping Tom.
As soon as the door closes...
Lucia's still inside your room, by the way.
Oh, I know. I swing at Nemo in the face.
Nah. What is this, like the third time?
Give him damage.
Just swung at him?
Do I need to
you-
roll?
If Nemo's trying to dodge it, yeah.
Well, yeah, see if you hit me.
Whoa,
Wait,
is
I
from
need
a
time.
toll as you swing.
Wait, I gotta
He's like,
see.
yeah.
I gotta remember. That's a 17.
Definitely hits.
I'm not trying to really hurt him. I just want to knock him down.
Yes, you are. Oh,
Whew.
Ah, right in the middle of
We
me punching
died.
in the
You
face.
hit him so hard that
I
he
hit him
died and
so
just
hard I
screamed.
broke the fourth wall.
What is
There you go,
wrong
there you
with
go.
you? Why
Said-
do you keep hitting me?
What were you thinking?
What do you mean?
You told them you're from Cal.
Of course.
You're an absolute imbecile.
Do you have a
What are
death
they gonna
wish?
do about it?
Why would you tell them that?
People from Cal come here all the time.
No, they don't.
No,
they
they
don't.
don't.
Nemo
Pretty
knows
sure they
that they
don't.
wouldn't.
I have had so many Tallinn people at my house. It is fine.
you're a big liar. What do you get out of just lying for fun?
I didn't. Okay, if anything, you all lied and I didn't. You all lied about where you're from. I didn't lie. I was
didn't
being
lie
honest.
about where I'm from.
I didn't lie
I
either.
also did
Maybe
lie.
I didn't say where I'm from. I said I consider Iran home because that's the closest thing I've had to a bloody home in a year.
I don't consider Iran home, so I didn't lie.
You didn't have to say that. You just had to not be a selfish, hard-headed prick getting us in trouble time and time again.
I'm
and
not
frankly, I'm
getting
getting sick
anyone
of
in
it.
trouble.
You're lowering
What's
our
the-
credibility because they think that we're traitors and spies just because we're associated with you.
You're an oblivious, egotistical prat. You have the potential to be so much more if you just focus on something other than yourself.
Wow,
For
you
2
sound
seconds.
so much like my mother.
Maybe your mother actually had like some common sense that she didn't pass on to you, obviously.
You do know there are other people in this world beside yourself, right? And your words could
Okay,
actually cause damage
Who
to
are
others.
you? I never asked you your
I
opinion.
don't really care, and I don't really like you right now. So I think you should just shut up.
I
and
never
sit
liked
down.
you. Why did you come back?
Look,
Why are
Nelly,
you
leave
here?
I didn't ask
I think we
to
should
come
punch
back.
him again.
Nemazine, I don't care if you think you're tough. I don't care if you're not touchy-feely. You need to learn to care. This isn't about my feelings or your own. In spite of my better judgment, I care about your sorry life, and I need to know I can trust you. Like it or not, we're
You can
in this
obviously
together.
trust me. I'm not doing this to betray y'all.
You're not just
I'm-
along for the ride. We have to get through this. And
What's the
telling
problem?
everyone you're from Kel is going to get us killed. Not you, us. Like it or
Hell
not.
is a
we
death
are
sentence
us.
here. You might as well write traitor on the back of your head and just wait for someone to hit you from behind. Like that's exactly what you're doing when you say you're from
And-
Kel.
Atoll pipes up. We've seen many people trying to sneak in from Kel recently, and Elithkar spies of all kinds. They're not going to trust someone who claims to be from there, though I'm sure they're really confused as to why you would have said that much. Anyway. Closed borders is what's going on right now, Nemo. Like, no one would be allowed.
I've been here for however long. That's all I
You've
need
been
to
here
say.
for a month, and we got
Okay.
here magically.
It's
Yes.
been
2
like
months.
that for years, Nemo. For the past 20 years or so. They're not letting other people in.
They let people out, but they're sure not letting people in.
It's fine, though. Did they see any problem with it? No.
Yes, they did, and that's why. I swear, on all the gods, Nemo, if we get out of this, I'm going to end
Excuse
you
me,
myself.
Carholly. There is only one God. You
You
who are
have had
from
some-
Kel should know this.
I'm not from Kel.
I'm being exaggeratory.
Exaggeratory is
You've had some bold words for
Yes, I
today
learned
for
that in
someone who
6th
almost-
grade, Gary, okay?
Okay, can
It was
we...
on my spelling list.
I just would like to suggest... I don't know if you're going to be allowed to leave with the caravan. I honestly don't know. They may want to keep you here for further questioning, but my father's going to leave in the morning. You may, depending on how well you think you've convinced them of your innocence, my father might suggest that he take you back for questioning. But the House of Alar Adi will be closing ranks, and they will be trying to figure out what exactly has gone down. From what I've heard earlier before I met with you, no one seems to know where the Lord is of the house. He seems to be missing. No trace. They might not let you leave, is all I'm saying. My father will allow me to accept you into our caravan. But it won't be of his making. You'll have to leave on your own and join us perhaps later.
Do you
I don't know.
think we should stay if they want us to stay?
I think she's suggesting we sneak out before things go down.
That is your decision. But as actually, I'm going to roll an insight check for her. Ooh, natural 20.
Ooh.
I don't think they believe your word over that of their lady. At the very least, they'll want to keep you here longer to see if anything new comes to light. It is up to you. Running away might make it worse. Staying also might make it worse. I don't know.
If we run, they will automatically assume that we were lying about everything, and then she'll remain in power and be able to do this all over again.
No,
I
you're
can't.
right. I think, as much as I hate to say it, I think the only way we're getting out of this alive is
By killing her, right?
by saying what we saw isn't what we saw. That's the only way we're getting out of this not fugitives.
Okay, you can't just go back.
Do you know
on it.
what that word means?
They're not gonna just be like, "Oh, oops, sorry, you had a mistake in your recollection." Oops.
Well,
No, it's gonna be the same thing.
Unlike you, I leave my words open to interpretation intentionally. I choose my words carefully and methodically. I didn't say that it was for sure what happened. I said that's what it looked like. And there was the fact. So here's what we can prove. What happened doesn't matter. What we can prove is what matters. So what we can prove, there was a Chaitan in our caravan just last week. And it took the faces of other people. Maybe that's what happened here. I'm not proposing we say this and just leave it for good. I'm saying we get ourselves out of here alive until we can figure out what's really going on. Because we're in over our heads. Whether you think it or not, we're in over our heads. I don't think we're going to get out of this.
I'm going to go back to my rooms and see if I can collect any more information. I will come back to visit in the morning before we leave and let you know where you stand, as far as I understand. Good luck.
Thank you. And thank you for backing us.
Of course, thank you for saving my life. And she turns around, stops, pauses, turns her back around again, and know that the will still have gratitude toward you, and will do what they can to help, as far as my father will allow. And she steps out. As she steps out through the door, you hear a bit of a squeak and kind of a flash of red as Sahal kind of, Your Highness. She bows really quickly, and Lucia,
This kid. Love her.
hello, and sweeps away. This younger girl, Sahal, she looks to be about maybe like 15 or so. Red
Who
head,
is she?
frizzy hair. She is.
She'll get to it.
I
Yasna Koi's apprentice.
would say only Karhali really recognizes her, and probably a toll. But she was the apprentice to the scholar Yasna. Yasna Koi.
All right, Sahal, give me some
Wait,
good
who?
news, please. I need to hear something good.
Well, I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but I did finish and she hands you the leather-bound book that you handed her from before the chaos started. I finished it before so I could go to the festivities, but there you go. And if there's anything else I can do for you,
She gave me both, right?
whatnot. She gave you yes, both back. The
Okay.
bound with the translated book and
Okay.
the original.
Thank you, Sahal. I greatly appreciate your services.
Of course.
It means a lot.
If you ever need services again of this sort, I would be happy to help.
And you will be the first I come to.
And so she kind of skips down the hallway away. Doesn't even look twice at the guard that's standing there. Who, when you watch her kind of skip away, you lock eyes with this guard who's just kind of looking at you, neutral faced, all the way down the corridor. As you turn back in, he continues watching. But you now have your translated version of the potion notebook. You can go through that.
Yay! Finally!
For the rest of you guys, for the evening, what would you like to do? Or do you guys just want to rest to get that full rest? At this point, it's probably about 11 p.m. or so.
The caravan's leaving in the morning, correct? That's what she was saying, or at least tomorrow.
Yeah. First thing. Honestly, probably as fast as they can get out of there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we gotta figure out what we want to do.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm covered in sand. I'm
Also, Nemo is a little bit taller.
I'm tired.
What?
I'm a little pissed off, and I need a drink. And you're taller.
Like 5
Can
inches.
I have my shirt back?
Significantly taller.
Can I
Wait,
have my
what is
shirt
this
back,
from?
by the way?
Nemo, the wild magic from before, like made you taller 5 inches.
Permanently?
Apparently.
He hasn't slept yet, so maybe not.
Can,
And she's like,
can I have my...
he's taller. She'll walk up to him and like touch his head and be like, well, taller than you were, I guess. Still pretty short.
Hey, can I have my shirt back?
Nemo,
Are you talking?
My
By the
You're
way-
gonna take your shirt.
as she says this, there's a fog that kind of comes across your mind.
Mm.
Dang it!
You realize that you're you were just at the underground tunnels, and you're pulled in by a guy who looked like Marok, who you found to be this faux toll version of like someone you knew not to be a toll, the shaitan from before when you guys were attacked with the caravan. And you were just sitting there, but now you're blinking and you're actually here back in your room, as though that never happened. You feel a little beat up. You're covered in gunk. Your magic is pretty spent. Very disorienting as Karhale asks you for her shirt back. You don't remember anything of the past 4 hours.
Great. Just like good old normal.
Yay!
I mean, how is that different from usual?
Um.
Honestly,
my
true.
shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and Nemo, you'll notice she's got a ton of scars across her entire torso, up her neck, and down her abs and stuff that you didn't previously notice.
You take in, you're in the small room that you're sharing. Anala, someone you haven't seen for a couple weeks, is in the room all of a sudden. You see
Yeah. I have to remember what.
Yili. You remember Yili, who looks a little bit worse for wear. Everyone looks pretty worse for wear, honestly. Like you guys have just
He
been in a
doesn't even
battle.
remember that he told people that he's from Kel.
He does not remember this.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah. Okay. Oh. When did you get here? Sanala, right?
What do you mean?
She's
We've
been
been
with us
over
for,
this.
like,
I don't remember
couple
how I got
hours.
here. Yeah, I've been here for a couple hours. You good?
Oh, a couple hours? What time is it?
We're here now. Somebody say something.
You good?
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Oh, sorry, my audio just went completely out. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that was.
We're just questioning him as to why he seems so weird.
Questioned me why I was here, where I came from.
What time is it?
Can I have my shirt back?
I took it off. Yeah, I already took it off.
Karhale's
You
shirt
gave it
for
back
some
to you.
reason. Also, you are missing almost all of your other clothing. And the spider cracks are a lot higher than you remember them being.
Whoa, what's up with all
Oh yeah, Nala,
that?
first
Are
time
you
you.
sick? Are
Magical
you
cracks across his chest.
dying? Are you okay?
Glowing blue.
Like, seriously.
Why are you
he's
here?
really not.
Oh, is this a
I'm
sensitive
so
topic?
confused.
Sorry.
Nemo, are you okay? What just happened? You feel
What?
Why?
do you mean, what
And
just
why did you tell them you're from Kel? I'm still so mad about this.
I'm still reeling at, you never fail to impress me, but like in a really bad way.
I'm sorry.
But at this point, you can only get better, right?
At least you were there, right? You saw what went down with like the cages and everything. So can you fill us in a little bit about what you saw before we got there?
The kids?
the kids in the cages and everything. Like, come on, like you're the only one besides Yili who really was there, who saw what happened. So
They all got
Guys,
eaten.
I don't know
They're all
what
dead.
is happening right
You
now.
also told us that they wanted to see your magic. So, like, what exactly? Like, they wanted to see something that you could. What? What exactly happened? Why did they kidnap you exactly?
So what? So I remember up to what?
You remember
The-
up to waking, like, knocking yourself out with the fireball. So you remember why your clothing is destroyed.
Oh, so I do remember that. Okay.
You remember the fireball. You remember waking up with Photo looking at you with a smile and stuff, but at that point it gets murky and then it's gone. You don't remember that conversation, just the waking up to seeing his manic grin at you.
Guys,
Hi, Nemo. Kind of thing.
when did we get back to the room?
Why do you insist on being so obstinate?
Anyone who would like to can roll me a medicine check to kind of
I will.
glean what's going on with his person.
I'll roll too.
Okay.
13?
Hmm.
13.
Actually, 13 too. Same.
Okay.
24.
24.
Bruh.
Karhali,
that
and all,
come from?
you guys get
I'm
the vibe that
proficient.
he's off, and you guys have experienced maybe like the disorientation that comes with like head injuries of some sort, but then also maybe also drugs or alcoholism as well, like the same disorientation that comes with some outward effect of your body, and that's kind of what's striking you. But for Kanari, you recognize this almost like you recognize this same interaction because one of your masters back at the monastery had explained to you the different effects of some of the magical draughts that they had, some of the effects of the poisons that they had. One of them was for a sort of a root that would cause people to forget everything that happened up to a certain point of time, depending on how tough they were. You recognize that he was probably under the effects of a mind-altering concoction.
You're joking. You have got to be kidding me.
What are you on?
Guys, I'm really tired.
He was given some sort of mind-altering concoction. I don't know how he got it or who put it in his system.
That would explain a lot of things.
But no, he doesn't remember anything, it seems like, for a past couple hours at least. It depends how long the potion was made for, but...
Wait a second.
Of course.
So he gets to
happened-
just
has this
trot in,
happened before?
mess up everything that we're working on, and then forget about it conveniently.
Wait, what happened to the guy?
What guy?
The guy that attacked me.
Do we need a little more than that to go off of?
Yuli leans over. By the way, you still owe me 100 gold.
Why would I owe you 100 gold?
Because you borrowed it from me earlier.
No,
Apparently
I didn't.
you forgot.
No, I would
You
never
did.
borrow from you.
You borrowed 100 gold from me and then you spent it. So
You seriously
What did I spend it
Nari
on,
kind of
huh?
looks at her
gold
like,
from a child.
she nods her head like, thanks.
what'd you say,
Jimmy.
Anala?
Way to hustle.
I said you seriously took a child's money,
I know.
spent all of it.
It
What
was
would I
pretty
spend
pathetic.
it on? What did I spend it on?
I don't know. Whatever you
In the cave
adults spend
system.
things on, alcohol, drugs.
Maybe it was another prostitute.
I bet it was
Another?
Prostitute that
Another?
one in Iran.
Yeah. You
Seriously.
did pay for prostitutes.
Prostitute. You gotta get a
services.
quickie in during a time like this when there are more important things going on.
It wasn't for the. That wasn't the
It's okay. You
point.
know what? I'm not gonna judge if that's what you need to, calm your nerves. That's fine. Just do it at a time that's more convenient for everyone, please.
Wait, okay, but
You're
seriously,
a big one. Do they even let you in at brothels?
where did he go?
Where did who go? Names and descripting factors
know
are
names.
great.
It
What
was
did
a
they
guy.
look like? A
He
guy.
looked kind of
Fantastic.
like. Wait, which guy was this again that brought me over?
Photo.
Oh, I
It-
thought there was a different
You said
one.
it was at
You
first
did not
it was
learn
Moreau.
that name.
No. At
It
the
looked like
the
Moreau.
night of the thing, the one I followed.
I told him the guy's name.
That was
No, yeah.
Murok in the form of Murok,
originally-
and that was Photo. Well, he hasn't attached that name now because you guys
No,
didn't
there was
learn that name
there was
until
someone else.
the
Moreau?
period of
It was
time that you
like-
saw that.
Oh,
There was
you're
someone else
saying
that came up to me
He
and
doesn't know Nide's name.
Oh, the other guy, you don't remember that guy because you only remember the
does
beginning of that
know.
conversation.
He knows
And then
Moreau's
you
name.
go blank. You don't remember Konatash at all being involved.
No, so Photo was the one that approached me, like at the
No,
party or
Moreau,
whatever.
In the forum of
Moreau
Murok.
approached you. Yeah.
Acting like Murok. Drew you over there. He attacked you, and you recognized him as a shapeshifter.
Mhm.
You guys fought a little bit. You cast fireball, and then you woke up in
Yeah.
the same person, but in the form of a Toll this time, and smiling at you, and then you go blank.
No, it was the shapeshifter again.
Nide. Again? Oh, I should have
Wait,
killed
how
him.
did I just wake up?
I knew I should have
Been
killed him.
causing plenty of harm.
You've been awake. I think you just lost your memories, Nemo. Kanori said it was something to do with the drug. So I guess they drugged you? Wait, does that mean he can't remember ever, or is it going to come back after a certain time?
I don't
Well,
know.
he's not been great at remembering things up until now, so I don't really think it'll affect anything.
Did I at least kill the shapeshifter?
No. I think
Not even a little.
they almost killed you, and then Karhale almost killed him, right?
Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry I decided Inala's life was more valuable than ending his.
You picked Anala over the shapeshifter?
Atoll kind of nudges
Actually,
you.
yeah.
I think it
And
was a really good
why
choice.
are you here again? How did you
I
get
told
here?
you, I don't really know how I ended up here. I was at a temple, and then this guy teleported, and I somehow ended up in his teleportation, and then I ended up here. And you guys woke me up, actually, but you don't
Did a
remember that.
While they
do you?
prostitute drug you
While they
too?
catch up, I'm walking out of
They
the
might have.
room.
You walk out of the room. The corridor is empty. You see that guard at the end of the hallway.
I'm going to wherever I have my book with me. I'm going to the greenhouse.
Okay.
Just for a quick stop.
As you
There
pass by the guard,
probably
he
isn't
does
anyone
inquire as
there.
to where you're going.
Well, we're going to be leaving soon. I'd like to get a few more supplies. I'm running low.
He
I'm
nods,
an herbalist.
and he not whispers, but he calls out for another person, another guard, and you see another guard at the bottom of the stairs peek his head over, and he nods at you as you've said this, and the guard nods back, and I'll take you there.
I know my own way.
I'll take you there. And he follows you whether you wish to be followed.
This happens everywhere I go. That was a thought.
Everywhere you
She didn't
go.
say that out loud.
So you can go to the greenhouse. He will allow you to. It is presently almost midnight.
Is there anyone there?
You walk over to the greenhouse. So it's basically a small building, closer to where you guys had your fight. Honestly, it's a little bit more toward the what is that direction? South, more to the south in the city. More to the south of the estate itself. It's got this little dome on top of it that's made out of glass, and you can see it kind of reflecting the moonlight. The barest amount of moonlight. There's very little because the moons are all crescents now for the Jenda evening, and there's no lights on within the greenhouse. The guard does tell you that Ema lives there, so if you're intending to bother her, you could just knock and see if she wakes up and comes to help you.
Isn't she the really grumpy one? I've heard she's grumpy.
You have heard she's grumpy.
Oh. I'll lean over to the guard. Think there's any way I can just get what I need and leave the money on the counter? Are you gonna snitch on me if I do that?
He's gonna look at you askance, like, why are you even asking this? And he will say that he doesn't know if, like, she's known for her weird, like, organizations of stuff. So he doesn't know if you'll be able to find what you're looking for, but, like, he probably
You said I could see
wouldn't
the plants
suggest
and
it
stuff,
either. Like, he would be against this. Sorry, this guard would be against this mode of action of yours, like stealing from their suspicious individual.
Not stealing. I said I just didn't want to bother her, and I was just gonna leave the money.
I mean, things aren't going to be labeled price-wise. Looking at price. I don't know, this is really skeevy to me.
I just
He
didn't
would
want to
feel-
talk to anyone. Oh, forget this. I'm just gonna go get a drink.
I mean, you can still talk to her. I mean, she will probably be grumpy though.
Fine, I'm gonna skim through my book real quick. Just flip through the pages, look for anything about memories.
Roll me a intelligence check.
Oh, girl,
And
I better
it'll
roll
just
well.
it'll just take you a few minutes to actually get to
okay.
what you're looking.
Sweet.
It's just a flip book. It'll
You said
take
there
you
wasn't a
about,
lot.
there is a lot. There is a lot. As you go through, it'll take you about a few minutes to locate it, but you'll eventually locate it. You find a reference to wolf hyssop and a sort of concoction recipe.
Perfect. Okay, Lord help me. And I'll go knock on the door.
Okay. There's no answer.
I knock again.
You hear
Little
the
louder?
creaking from inside, sounds of activity, and the guard kind of groans behind you and steps out of visual range, like stepping off to the side. And you hear puttering from behind the door and what sounds like cursing in a language you don't understand, but you can recognize the vibe of cursing. And she opens the door and spews something vicious, vitriol, like right up in your face. And she, like, you see this woman who's older, the same woman from before back in the cafeteria. Her hair is not so grayed out, completely gray, but there is some gray streaking it. And she realizes that whatever she's saying, it's just like straight, the fast, angry Spanish. It's like that, just thrown out at you. And she's like, says something, steps out a little bit, sees the guard who stepped out of visual range, and then she starts yelling at that guy, and he's like, says something back, like, not involved, almost like hands off a bit and backs off, and she turns back to you and she realizes it's not, whatever she's saying is not actually clicking for you, and she changes to common. What exactly are you doing here? Who are you and what do you want? Do you understand what hour it is right now?
I do very much, and I intended to come here earlier, but we were a little...
She looks you up and down.
Never mind.
You were involved in that mess that was going over on the north side.
Never mind. I just need something really quick. I just need some ingredients. I'm an herbalist.
Get on with it. What do you need?
And I'll just show her the page.
She shows you inside very quickly. All business. What exactly is this for? Is this for a personal reason or is this for business?
Personal. I'm not interested in buying something pre-made. I'm trying to widen my skills as an herbalist. I trained with Lorkai Ven. This is
And
a
this couldn't
book
wait
of.
until the morning. Why?
I'm passionate about what I do.
You're also leaving in the morning, so you could claim back.
Oh,
I
and
don't recognize you. Who are you exactly?
I'm with the caravan. We're leaving in the morning, and terribly, terribly sorry to bother you about this so late.
The
But
hour
you
will
know
knock
how
up
it
my
is.
prices. As long as you're all right with that, we can continue this business.
Fine.
The inconvenience, we will say. Show me what you need. And she takes a look at the page that you show her. She reads it really quickly. There's a gleam of recognition immediately. And she goes, not many people are looking for something like this. You need, how many portions of the wolf hyssop will you need?
I'm thinking 3. Just to get some good experience working with this one. I trained with, I don't know if you've heard of her, Lorkai Ven in Iran.
Her eyebrows do go up. Okay.
She encouraged me.
How are her grandchildren doing? I heard that her daughter was doing well in taking over the family business.
Grandson, actually. I believe her daughter passed.
That is true. And there seems to be a bit of a gleam of like that was a test, and she was wanting to know if you actually knew this lady. So she nods, and from there, just to summarize, she will help you get everything that you need. The price will be marked up because of the annoyance and the inconvenience.
Yeah, she's pissed at me.
So let me know what exactly you want, and I'll just tell you the price.
Just the ingredients for wolf hyssop.
Just the ingredients for wolf hyssop? How many?
3.
How many sets? 3? Okay, so that will cost you, for the wolf hyssop, it will cost you 100 gold per set. The prepared
don't give me that face.
Set would be double that.
Yeah, it's 250 for the pre-prepared one. That's fine. But you know how Lorkai is. She's very adventurous, and I'm looking for more of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Be careful. One wrong move in preparing the wolf hyssop will damage the entire set, in the entire portion that you are working on. If you mess up on one.
First time around, you'd say make each portion individually. Just
one at a time is my suggestion, yes.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Good luck. Get out.
Thanks. Have a good night.
And she shuts the door behind you. Yeah. So you have your 3 sets of wolf hyssop, by the way. You guys go. Does everyone else go to bed, or does anyone else go around?
I just snatched a bottle of whatever I could find in the kitchen to take with me.
Okay. The guard doesn't stop you, and he grabs a bottle of his own.
And I'm gonna get a second one in that case.
Okay. You can take you can add 2 bottles of light lager to your
light lager
to your inventory. Kind of jugs, not super well made, but not terribly well made either. Let's see. Anyone else doing anything for the evening, or are we going to long rest?
I'm gonna long rest.
Okay.
I am tired.
I don't know. I'm not really going to do anything besides. I mean, she's going to sit up for a little bit and lament the fact that she's not going to be able to question Darwin. I'm so annoyed with that. Anyway.
Presently in the infirmary, and when he wakes up, may the conflicting stories for you guys. Another voice dissenting
Should have killed
Well,
from
him.
your story.
Before
gonna-
oh,
try to. Oh, I'm gonna try to talk to everybody before we go to bed and figure out what our plan is because we don't have a lot of time if we're gonna do something. I don't know.
Well,
that's true.
I don't see anything good happening if we run. I hate it. Believe me, I hate it. But our best course of option is that's what Lord Alaradi said, to just say that what we saw wasn't what we saw, and maybe we can get back to this later.
And what about Darwin when he wakes up? I mean,
You didn't kill him.
I didn't kill him. I wanted to question him.
The one time you don't kill someone.
If you guys want to make your way to the infirmary, you could.
Where Lady Lusitania is, and they probably have all the guards.
Yeah, no. You're just wanting us to so you can screw us over.
Anala, what were you planning to do before you guys go to bed?
Before she was just gonna sit up and try to make sense of what she saw in her vision, before she went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
It's really starting to. It's like finally settling in what she saw.
It's unnerving for you, especially because you've never known your parents to be the kind to lie or even to dodge the truth. They've always been pretty open with you as far as you've known. It's confusing. Though, to be fair, well, no, you're just confused. Your parents never lie to you.
Confused.
Why would
and
they lie
hurt,
to you in this?
definitely.
Yeah. Ty Kanari, she speaks up in the back of your mind. She's been quiet throughout the whole ordeal, trying not to distract you from what's been going on. She's gonna whisper, Kanari, I'm still really sorry. I really didn't want to be another person to lie to you.
Didn't want to what?
Be another person who lied to you.
Oh, no, it's okay, Ty. Like I said, I get it. It's fine. It's the least of my worries right now, I guess.
Yeah, you guys are in deep this time.
I don't think we should stay. I don't know.
So, what is going to be the plan? What are you guys planning to do? See how the chips fall in the morning? Run before the chips fall?
I mean,
I say just let the chips fall.
Of course, you'd say that.
we could stay and try to change what we saw and stuff.
I mean,
but
we do have another option. We can just tell them that what we saw must have been a shape changer, because it couldn't have really been the lady.
right. And what about Darwin? He's going to claim that we attacked him.
Well,
and
I mean,
that he'll probably try to say that we were the ones behind all of this.
there's no way that they can actually frame this on us. We just got here. That layer with all of the illegal magic experiments, they can't pin that on us.
When people
just
are
got
scared,
here.
they don't care about logic. They care about whose word they can trust more. And right now, we'll trust Lady Lusitania's.
Yeah, for once, I agree with Kanari.
What happened to letting the chips fall?
Oh, no, I'm fine with letting the chips fall. I'm agreeing that they're, like, they can still pin it on us. It's just because we just got here doesn't mean they can.
I mean, we could try to see what happens, change our story up a little bit, and if things go well, great. If things go bad, make a break for it. But that's the.
Yeah, but how are we gonna make a break for it?
How do we do anything? By the seat of our pants, usually.
Oh, this has easily been the second worst day of my life.
What was the first?
That's a conversation for a less traumatizing day.
At this point, by the way, Yili has fallen asleep on wherever she was sitting. She's fallen over and is totally child snoring.
What are we going to do about her?
If we stick around, Lady Lusitania will probably see her and know she's still alive.
We can't let them take her.
No, we
I mean, we
can't.
do have a habit of picking up children, so might as well keep the
Um,
trend, right?
I am not a child. You're more a child than I am, Nemo.
She has an excellent point.
At least
And
I don't get
agree.
eaten by monsters.
No, you just out yourself to everybody and
What?
put yourself in bad positions.
What?
As a Kelly, you told everyone that you're from Cal.
Oh, he forgot. That's why.
When did I say that?
About an hour and a half ago.
I don't
So
remember this.
Yes, we
you
know.
guys go to.
We know.
Do you guys go through any of the stuff that you guys have collected before you guys go to bed, or do you guys leave that for another time?
I am leaving it for another time.
Mhm.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to go through it in case they try to take all of our stuff from us and we never see it again, so we know what we have. But Kanari can't read, so that's up to the other folks.
So it
Well,
also
I can't
has
read any of it either.
the pieces of paper written in another language, the different pieces ripped into pieces and everything. So she pulls that out. There is a journal or some sort of booklet that was in Yili's sack that Atoll pulls over and starts sorting through. There's a lot of knickknacks. There's there's a few bars of what looks to be soap on first sniff and feel, like 5 bars of soap that's stuffed into the bag. There's broken pieces of jugs and vials, a lot of glass that you have to like sort through and try not to nick yourself on. There's seems to be coils of what looks to be like a very thin rope almost. It's black, shimmery. You see a bunch of candles, about 4 candles in there. You see a pair of stones that match each other. They have a little bit of a symbol. They have a little symbol on them, what looks to be a rune of magic. You see 2 pieces of chalk and a bunch of broken crystals.
Was the DM reading my wish list?
There you go. 2 pieces of chalk, and these are the things
Want
that she's
chalk?
collected. A bunch of pieces of crystals as well, but non-glowing crystals anymore.
I'm gonna look at the stones.
Roll. Are you trying to determine what they are?
Yeah.
Roll an Arcana check. Por favor.
Okay. I don't know why I thought I got to add anything to that, but it's a good thing I checked because I have to subtract 1. So 17.
Wow.
This is great.
You
I've never
recognize
rolled
the
that
rune
well on that.
from way back when. You remember some visuals when you guys went into the city for different trade missions and stuff like that. You remember seeing some runes that were explained to you as meaning fire a while ago, and it occurs to you that maybe these are like flint stones to set fire magically to something. And if you say that out loud, no, you will remember a moment back in the fight where Lusitania struck 2 stones together and set fire to something from a distance. She was across the room and she set fire to the papers that were on top of the desk.
Less of a bummer. Not what I thought these were. But
You can
still
add
generally
magical
helpful.
flint stones that can set fire to something at a distance you haven't tested that distance, so you don't know what that distance is.
Well, that's good to know. Would anyone have any particular use for setting things on fire from a distance.
It would look
I'm-
really cool.
I feel like I'm going to regret this, but I feel like Nemo might like this.
I don't know how I would use it, but
I mean, I'm content to keep them, but I'm just saying I don't need stones to set something on fire
Mhm.
from a distance.
When Atoll sees the rope, by the way, the silk rope, she's gonna kind of furrow her brow a bit, and then she's gonna take a knife and try to slice it. And even when she tries to use all of her strength, she cannot cut through the rope. And she's gonna look at it kind of confused. Guys, I think this is like night silk rope. You can't cut it without magical means.
Oh,
Uncuttable rope for whatever it's
well,
worth.
that's cool.
There's 40 feet of this night silk rope. Whoever adds it to their inventory will be the one carrying it, by the way.
I guess I'll hold on to the flints. I'm guessing Canari's riding down the rope.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
I'd
I'd say Canari or Anala should have it.
I mean, Anala can have it if she wants.
What is it? Just rope?
That's you can't cut.
Uncuttable rope.
Ooh, gimme.
Okay, you can have it.
The candles, you see a couple of them do have symbols on them. Two of the 5 candles have some sort of magical rune on it. And for the chalk itself, you also see a magical rune at the bottom of the 2 pieces of chalk. As you guys are examining your things.
How long is the uncuttable rope, by the way?
40 feet.
Nemo,
I'll take
can you make sense of those?
Do I recognize the runes of any?
Arcana check.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, Karhale, you still have, I believe, 2 vials left of the stuff that you grabbed from the lab earlier.
6.
6, you do not recognize what this symbol means. Yeah, you do not recognize. Although the implication of chalk has something to do with writing of some sort, magical writing.
Mm-hmm.
Karhale, do you examine what you have? Do you want to figure that out?
I'll look at the potions.
Okay, so you have 2 vials left, right? Is that what we told you before? That you had grabbed 5 things, but a bunch of them broke, right? Because of what's his name punching you in the back.
Yeah. I think I had 2 vials. Wait, let me look at my. I grabbed 5 vials and 5 crystals.
Mm-hmm.
And you said 3, I think it was like 3 of each broke. So that would mean 2 crystals and 2 vials left.
Okay. Which crystals, what color crystals did you grab? I thought you just grabbed 1 of each of the glowing crystals.
Was it? I thought I grabbed
so.
5. I thought I grabbed 5 of each, like 5 crystals, 5 vials.
Okay. Well, you guys see, I'm down with it.
Okay.
Did you write it down though?
Yeah.
Okay. If you wrote it down, we'll go with that.
It says I have 3 red, 2 purple.
Okay. I know you used 1 of the purple, or at least that was what broke. And then,
yeah. Okay.
So that's gone.
So I just
and
have
then,
1 of those.
So you have 1 purple and 3 red, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did any of the vials break?
The vials, I'm pretty sure you only have 2 vials because that's what I wrote down.
Okay.
So you have
Sure.
Lise Kernel, 1 vial. Oh, whoa.
Okay.
I shouldn't have. That was supposed to be a thing. Okay. You are not aware of this, but since you did recognize Lise Kernel from earlier as part of a check for checking out what's his name, when the madman was running through and he was wearing it, I would say you would recognize that once you open it and examine it a little bit. The other thing, it's an empty vial, and it's got what look to be engravings on the vial itself, and it seems you can't read the engravings. It's empty. It's attached to a cord. It seems extraordinary, honestly, but you don't really know what it does.
I'll hand it to Anala. Any chance you might know what this is?
Anala's presently eating some noodles she found in her pack, some of her rations.
Fantastic.
Anala, you can examine this on your own with an Arcana check if you'd like. You could also examine it. You do have
What
a
is
scroll of
it?
identify, which will also allow you to identify it. It's a small item that seems to be extraordinary.
Mm.
An empty vial with engravings on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And I ask you very nicely.
You said Arcana?
Yes, it would be an Arcana check, or the use of the identification scroll if you'd like.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know what? Yeah, I'll use that.
Roll.
You know what? There's also a spool of bright red thread that she finds. So there's a spool of just bright red thread. That's part of the knickknacks that she collected. Yuli did. And there's a bunch of empty bottles that were not broken. About 5 empty bottles that are part of the knickknacks that Yuli found. So you want to use the identify spell?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Awesome. So
Why should I not use it?
Well, isn't a scroll a one-time use?
it is a one-time use, but
One per day.
Oh, one per day.
this one is a special one that Enola has.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
a
Go
special
right
one she
ahead.
has.
You're scaring me.
Normal scrolls.
Yeah, normal scrolls
you
are
use
once,
it once
and
and
it
it
poofs
burns
out.
up.
Oh,
Mhm.
really? Oh, no, yeah, this one is just once a day.
Okay, then yeah, go for it.
Enola's got some
I
cool
took-
things.
I took the 5 empty vials.
Okay.
Wait, so do I roll to
you
use that
roll
then?
don't have to roll. You'll basically, so you guys see Enola open the little scroll, and she says some words that are written on it, and her eyes are dancing across the page, and then the scroll itself lifts into the air. You guys see the runes and the designs on the front of the scroll glowing, a bright, just glowing with light, and then it dampens again. And then you, Enola, you're filled with the knowledge of this item. You are told, here I will, if you just communicate it to the group, it's fine. You are told by this magical spell that this is a vial, a Xian Wei's vial, created by Xian Wei in the past. It is a magical vial that when a magic user uses it, specifically a mage, so therefore a sorcerer, if they put their blood in to mix with, and you notice at this point that there is a drop of red at the bottom of this vial. It wasn't completely empty. If they mix their blood with Xian Wei's inside the vial, it will allow them to gain more power. I can read you the exact description and text that
More
to
power,
you.
you say?
Like
But in
it.
essence, it will give sorcerers the ability to short rest and regain their sorcery points. So that is what you have. I need to text
Does
you
it
the
set
description.
with any, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, if we use it to something, what word am I trying to use?
Something bad. Are there consequences?
Yes, thank you.
There are
Does it backfire in the long run?
The only consequence is that it becomes the casting source, or the this vial, the Xian Wei's vial, will become the what is that called when you have a center focus? Yeah, this will be the focus for casting, and so therefore, if they ever lose this vial, they will not be able to cast anymore until they make a new focus. But that would be the only.
I'm gonna say I'm very hesitant to give this to you, Nemo.
It doesn't seem like something I'd need very much.
Doubtful.
No one else could use it. You sounded very excited when she said, could give you more power.
Oh yes, no, I love more power.
Well,
I mean, we could
that's
sell it
what
as
I'm
well.
worried about.
That always sits well. It's gonna be it also gives a +1 to a sorcerer's attack, spell attack, and DC.
It's like a one-time use, though, right?
No, it's a permanent
This is
thing.
a
Like
magical item.
permanent.
This is a rare magical item.
Not a one and done thing.
I need to find the exact description. I'll text this to you guys later. But in essence, once you attune to it, it'll give you the ability to recharge through short rests.
I'm nervous to give this to you. Power and apathy are two of the greatest poisons. And you seem to have an abundance of both. Your only passion that I've seen is power. I've seen this story play out, and I didn't like the ending. I'm going to give this to you. But just know, I'm watching.
I don't think this little vial is going to be the end of me. I'm not going to spiral down into uncontrollable thirst and rage because of a little vial that gives me a slight nap in between my...
You don't know what it's going to do.
You just told me what it's going to do.
Just hear my words and just acknowledge the danger that comes with power.
Okay, I'm not exactly going to...
This might not be the end of you, but I'm starting to think you might be the end of us. So, call me crazy for being cautious.
I'm just saying this item is not exactly going to make or break me.
Well, it's of Xi'an Wei, and I've talked to the guy. I've talked to the guy. He's not exactly stable. Sane. In his right mind. I'm not great with words, but I think you get the gist. He is someone who went insane from power. Against my better judgment, I care about you and I don't want that to happen.
I'm going to just snatch it out of your hand and be like, I'm fine. This vial, I'm not even going to need to use it.
Okay. I will say
says the addict.
You have had some awfully bold words today for someone who almost dies at least once a week.
More like
in
once
what
a day.
Okay, so that is the
Oh,
sum
he
of
doesn't
what
remember.
Millie found. If you guys, okay, well, yeah. She does find no, she doesn't find that. She rolled pretty low.
He really doesn't remember.
Do you guys go to sleep for the night?
Have we decided what we're
Yeah, have we
our plan of
decided what we're
action?
doing?
I don't know what to do.
Okay, so
There's no good options here.
I vote that we figure out what exactly they plan to do to us. and then we go from there. I mean, you guys are powerful enough to be able to fight some pretty bad, nasty things off. So,
Yeah, but that's when I have the intent to kill whatever it is I'm fighting. I don't really want to kill any of these people.
We need to hide Yili or something.
they still don't really know why exactly Yuli was being kept there, because you guys didn't say. So, as far as
Well-
they're concerned, she's just a victim, right?
Unless
Yeah.
Lusitania claims that she's somehow a perpetrator of this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean,
Well,
we just
we
bring her
know-
with us. That's pretty simple.
I mean, we know they have chanting, which can be used to use people's souls to fuel their powers. Maybe mage-born souls are special. They'll give you extra power. Maybe that's what they're doing.
I feel like whatever their plan is probably in there. And she's motioning toward the teared up pieces of paper, burned, charred, whatever it says.
No, you recognize the language. Do you think you could decipher all this?
I can try. I mean, I don't really
It'll take time.
speak it. It'll take time, but I can try my best. If it helps these people and helps us get out of here faster.
Okay.
Can't hurt.
And what are we gonna say about you? As happy as I am to see you, you're really throwing a wrench into things. Not as
You're
much as
telling me.
not as much as some other people around here. But
I mean, we could just say that we found her down there. I mean, that
true.
she might have been kidnapped, taken to that place too, along with the other hostages. We
That's
don't really
true.
know.
Yeah,
We could
but then
say I
what are
was
they
on
going?
a side mission. I was drugged,
going to
and that's
ask
why I
what
ended
that
up here.
was.
And that's why I don't really know what happened.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
I
then
guess that's our only option.
if we're not running, it is. And I don't know what we're going to do about Nemo being from Kel, but
I would just rather not be a fugitive here, okay?
I agree, but well, I'd rather not end up chained up and kept here till we die either.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not an option.
Maybe we should just claim that
Ugh.
Nemo is like crazy, like actually certifiably crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Or we could just say that he's a pathological liar.
Who likes to cause trouble.
But then that looks bad on us for keeping him
It
around.
does look bad on us.
Okay. So,
Well, either way, I need to get some sleep. Just
All right.
as a warning, I'm planning on using this tonight. And she holds up a vial of the potion you saw her buy from Yev earlier.
What is it?
It's look, I can do some pretty crazy things with plants and like earth and stuff, right? This is one of those things. I'm gonna use it to talk to my mother and hopefully figure out what's going on with you know who, and there's
He
something
who must
bigger.
not be named.
There's something bigger at play here. I don't know what, but there's something bigger play here. And I think she could bring some insight. Tall isn't as Ren was not as bad as I was expecting Tall to be, but the more I see of it, the angrier I'm getting.
Welcome to my life, and you ask me why I'm so angry all the time.
Well, I guess that's fair. I used to think the world was a beautiful place. Turns out, I just hadn't seen enough of it to know better.
At least I guess there are parts that are beautiful. That's a good thing, right?
I've been to about one place that didn't suck, and even then I almost got arrested there a few times.
Nice.
Well, anyways, I might be. I don't know. I've never used this before, but there's a shot I might be a little off tomorrow. So if you just watch my back.
I will. Looks at Nemo. Well, doesn't look at like.
I always watch her back.
We'll do our best.
I guess this is good night for now.
Actually, Atoll,
Yeah.
do you have any questions about Jessamine?
I mean, it didn't seem like you knew him more than I did, really.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
that's what I'm saying. Do you have any questions about Jessamine, about the visions you saw of him? Because I'm about to go talk to his right hand. So if there's anything you want to know about him, I can ask.
Ask if he was crazy, I guess. Because I feel crazy. Just saying. I feel like all this is happening, and it's...
You're
I don't
certainly not crazy. And look, Tall the way it is now, I don't think this is the Tall Jezrien built. I think the people in power they've covered it with lies and hate. I don't know. I can't imagine someone who called Shaitan family would want his people to be executing them left and right.
The thing is that I think I saw everything, but almost nothing. It was all a blur, but I don't remember anything about him being there to see the Terrarium ministry grow as strong as it was. I saw him. I think he's a part of the government somehow. He has connections or something, but it was hard to understand what exactly. He had power, he had status, but I don't remember him using that like you say like the history books say he must have. Something's off. I don't...
Something's definitely off, and I'm getting pretty tired of being left in the shadows.
Just ask if you can what I'm supposed to do. I don't know. Maybe Jezrien told her.
Don't get your hopes up on that one, but I'll ask.
And with
hey,
that,
thanks for not stabbing me in the back, as Tollins are apparently want to do.
I take offense at that, but sure. You're welcome.
Am I wrong?
I think people in general tend to stab each other in the back. It's not just Tollins.
It's fair.
Well, I guess I've just had my run-in with a few too many backups.
That's fair. Good night.
Good night.
So with that, you guys take your long rest. You guys can get your hit points back, regain your spell slots, etc., etc. So you're back to full health. You only regain half, rounded down, of your max 8 hit dice. So if you used all your hit dice, you will only get back 3. However many hit dice you used, you only get back 3. So keep that in mind, because you guys are level 6s. Let's see. Beyond that, you guys. Okay, so we'll take a break on what you guys wake up to, because Karhale, you go to sleep after you drain a draught of Coel flower. So go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw, DC 20, and that will
20?
determine whether you wake up DC 20, whether you wake up with a point of exhaustion come morning.
You said con, right?
Uh-huh.
Luckily, that's one of my big ones.
You're muted if you said something.
21.
Woo!
Oh, nice.
Okay,
That's
so
my day, man.
come morning, you'll shake off whatever draining effects it has on your mind and body.
But I
Karhale-
do have the knowledge that it is hard to shake that.
Mm-hmm. You close your eyes, and please describe to me Karhale's safest place, because that's where you open your eyes to the trickling brook, the creek that you're nearby, I mean, and the brush of wind on your face, the sweet scent of the greenery around you. Where is Karhale's safest place, and therefore Karhale's soulscape?
Oh, this is my soulscape?
This is your
Oh,
soulscape.
that's so cool. Okay, so you look around and she's in this open area. She's got some trees to one side and a lake to the other. You see some larger mountains behind the trees. The lake is just at the base of these mountains. She's standing in this small clearing of really soft grass, and you can see over to one side there's a bit of dirt where you can just tell that spot in the grass has been very worn down from repeated use, whatever that is. But yeah.
Did your mom play any musical instruments back
I don't
during your
think so.
guys' artistic nights?
Nah.
Then what you see at a distance as you're kind of taking your surroundings, and it feels so real. It feels like you're there. And you can even see the tribe at a distance, and they're set up. You see at the water's edge a figure from a distance, a woman that you realize must be your mother, with her feet in the water right at the edge and looking off into just the scenery that is around you guys.
Sorry it took me so long.
There's a bit of a startle, and she turns to you, and you see her glorious or Earth Genasi, almost wild visage, with her spiked crystals poking out of her skin, all over, not filed down at all. Your mom is beautiful, and she smiles back at you as, "I'm glad you finally made it, Karhale. I've been waiting for a while."
Oh,
I assume this means you got my message. I was
I
unsure
did.
if maybe it was a little too subtle.
No, it was. I didn't figure that out for a while. An embarrassing amount of time, actually. Next time you want to talk to me, maybe just say that.
I am sorry that it took so long. I've been worried about you, whether you were okay or not. And she looks you up and down. I don't know what your body looks like, though. Are you okay? In one piece? And you see yourself flickering between your actual form, at least your tribal clothing and wear form, and the flickering between you and the version of you that is a bear.
I'm doing fine, other than the fact that my mother, who's apparently a national hero, has done nothing to help me after I get kidnapped by a crazy mage and forced to get some relic. I have a lot of questions for you, and I don't know whether or not I'm angry with you.
Kahale, I'm confused.
You and me both. Have I spoken to you
Things
since?
changed since the young Koel came to us.
You spoke to him.
We both spoke to him at length. You agreed to help him in whatever he was doing.
He took
Was I
my
mistaken?
memories.
Was he forcing you to? And she kind of leans back because she had stood up when you drew nearer. She sits back down. Explain to me what exactly is going on for you.
He took our memories. He took mine and a Kellen mage named Nemazine Tao, and
I don't recognize the name.
and a monk from the Gan Desert, a monastery. I think it was the
Konari?
acolytes. Naritai.
I remember meeting her.
She was there.
She spoke with you and us at length. You and the prince. I am very confused, Kahale. Continue.
I'm floored right now. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
As a side note,
thing,
the limits to your speaking ability and stuff are not present while you are here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. The last thing I remember is leaving the house to go bring Mrs. Pestle her migraine salve, and I looked up and I saw a dark-haired man, and then nothing.
Well, when you left to go deliver the whatever it was, a salve, you did return with a guest, the young prince, curly black hair, and he came with a friend who he had told you wanted to speak with me, an old friend of mine, apparently. Do you...
Kanari is an old friend of yours?
No, Darian.
Wait.
From what I remember, young Koel, he approached you in the street, asked you to introduce his friend to me.
Yes, Darian. Who is
he? Misspoke at the time. He told you, he implied that he already knew me, but when I saw him, I was very surprised. He looked exactly like Daryun from my memories.
like Dayun?
He used to travel with me back with the Western Winds.
I know.
Darian is his brother. Darian... Daryun spoke to me about him having a brother, but I had never met him. Apparently they were twins. I did not know that, and I did not
Okay, so
enjoy seeing an old friend's face.
two Alethi show up at your door, and
At our door, they asked for your help, Karhale, and, well, our help.
what is my connection with Darian?
You enjoyed his company from what I remember. When the Alethi prince asked for our help in stopping a coming apocalypse, for lack of a better term.
Is that what he wants the Eltras for?
What is... Wait, say it again.
The Eltras.
I don't recognize this term.
We're being sent to the capital of Tal to get this item from the ministry, I think. It's called the Eltras. And he put a soul curse on us. And I'm going to die in 4 months if I don't get it to him in time.
Multiple things have changed, Karhale. That does not sound like the man that I met. He seemed of a sound mind and
That's an
rather
overstatement.
earnest
He
in
parades
his request.
himself as a madman.
I had heard that was a performance put on for protection, as far as I understand. I do not wish or care to know about the Alethi and their ways, but it seemed like something that was a lie, a deception for a purpose. The man that I spoke to seemed of... I trust the brother of my old friend.
So, you're saying I trusted Raiden because I trusted Darian?
I am still confused of what's going on. I haven't heard from either the prince or Darian as of recently. They asked us both to help with whatever it is Raiden saw coming. I said it was no longer my Talhungeu to do such things. That ended the day we left, the day the western wind split, fell apart. But you chose to help, because you are... I am very proud of you, Karhale, and your wish to be better, to do the world a service, even though it's only ever turned on you. And she actually strokes the side of your face as she says this.
Yeah, well, it's gotten a lot worse.
My Karhale. And she goes for it, she hugs you. She just kind of pulls you into her arms and just hugs you for an extended amount of time. It could have been an hour, it could have been a few minutes.
There are so many things you haven't told me.
I'll tell you. Ask. What is it that I haven't told you?
First of all, you didn't tell me how bad it was there. In Tal.
Where? It's Hall.
They're executing cubs just for having a semblance of magic that's not from their precious Taylor. That's not the Taylor you told me about. That's not the Taylor Jezrien served.
It was not as bad as all that when I was there, Karhale. The people were discriminating, but they weren't outright killing yet. That's changed recently.
And were you just never going to tell me that the stories that You told me as a cub. Others were reading about them in history books.
I did not know that they were.
That Jezreen is worshipped as a prophet here.
He was a good man, revered by the people. From what I remember, he had status. I never inquired as to what kind. It was not that important to me.
I have a lot of questions about the Western Winds. My friend, I've made some friends. She's a servant of Taylor, and I'm actually thrilled to tell you that you are wrong. I don't do that often. Jezreen was not the last true priest of Taylor.
Oh, really?
And there's another in my mind. She's way too young. But she's got potential. She's got fire. She's one of the 2, maybe 3 Talons I've met who actually understand what Taylor is about. But
That is rare.
anyways,
Sure.
she had this vision, and I think it was from Taylor. She saw you. She saw Jezreel, and the rest of the winds. There's some things she saw that they don't line up with what you've told me. She said Jezreel was elven. You told me he was human.
I will say, Carly, I've never been keen on the elves that I've met. They tend to, longer lives tend to have less care for the shorter ones around them. I'm not actually sure whether he was elven, human, what exactly he was. He was almost perfect. And I think most people consider illustrious perfection to be of an elven nature. I think of him as human. Perhaps for your friend, Elvin was the closest thing they could think for what he appeared to be.
She saw him die. Not later in Tal, but she saw him die in the battle the rest of them fell in. You said he survived with you and Marok. What did Marok do that was so bad anyways?
I think he betrayed us. We were in the battle between a dragon called Coagumus and we think that he made a deal with the dragon to protect himself, to protect, I don't know, for money, for something of his hoard. I don't understand. I don't know.
Did he try to protect you? Is that why you survived?
No. The reason I survived is because I can heal myself. Marok barely survived himself. Whatever deal he made was a bad one. The dragon, I don't think, kept to his end. As I don't know. These are merely my suspicions. He came back one night after sneaking out of our camp, the night before we battled Coagumus. Taylor also came back that night after going out to pray.
I think you misspoke. Jezrien?
Jezrien.
Okay. You said
What did I say?
Taylor, and you said
Oh.
Taylor. I'm like,
Oh,
whoa.
Jezrien.
Hold
That's
up.
what I meant. That's what I meant.
Whoa. Okay. but-
Jezrien came back after he went out to pray.
Sorry, continue.
And no, you're fine. Let's see. And then we went to battle. Coagumus. Jezrien. I fell unconscious at a certain point. Woke up on my own, healed myself, but at the point that I woke up, the dragon was killed. Jezrien standing over its carcass. Maruk, unconscious. The rest of them gone.
So no one truly knows what happened except a dead man.
The dragon knew we were coming, and I think Maruk told him. Though I don't know that for sure. All we knew, the three of us, was that we had to go our separate ways. I could feel the tug of my Tahun Gayu no longer keeping me with them.
But she saw him die.
I did not see him die. He was alive when I left him.
Oh, this is surprisingly unhelpful. No offense. We had a run-in with him recently. Well, I didn't. One of my associates met him in a run in Tal. In prison, if that makes you feel better.
I couldn't care less what that man is doing with his life.
I was just unsure of whether or not we could trust him. And I figured the answer was no.
If I saw that man, I would punch him in the face. Though, perhaps, I did not give him enough chance to explain himself. Like I said, I do not trust elves. They tend to think of themselves first, before they think of others.
I've found that to be true, actually.
I admit, I don't take an elven word at its... I take every elven word with a grain of salt. And I would advise you to do the same, Kahale.
Do you know of a storyteller named Give? An elf.
I do not recall the name.
What about, have you heard of a man named Captain Norville of the Honor Guard?
I do not recall the name. I feel like a computer game where there's like these pre-planned answers and stuff, and then the repeated answer when things don't hit.
I have to ask, how did Jezrien feel about your magic?
Jezrien himself was a good man. He cared for the Western Winds who became his family, even Maruk. He trusted implicitly. My magic was no different to him than his own.
And you not being Talon, that wasn't a problem either?
No. At the time, the country was still allowing others to come and go, but this was more than 20 years ago.
I met someone.
Another person?
a lot of other people. One in Iran. The one of the other ones that I said were they understood what Taylor was really about. He's misguided, but I think Fadir would have really liked him. He reminds me a lot of what you told me of Jezreel.
So, Carly, to clarify, you have been strung along by a madman sent on a mission into a chaotic, aggressive country, and yet you found someone of interest to you there.
I don't know if I'd say someone of interest. He's brilliant. He's an herbalist before he enlisted.
I thought you and Trig had something.
We never had anything, my dear.
I am very confused. That is not what Sigrun said.
Sigrun will say anything. Oh, but he's brilliant. He's a better herbalist than I could ever hope to be. I don't think he could best me in a fight, but
I don't
still
know
very
if I can
brilliant.
approve of a man who can't hold his own, at least, against
Come
you.
on, Trig couldn't best me in a fight.
That is fair. That is fair. More because he would be stuttering and blushing rather than fighting, though.
You're exaggerating.
I do.
You know they were all too intimidated to ever try to court the Iron Vala.
That is fair.
And
Go
the rest
Harley.
of them,
I'm glad you found someone.
well, not really. He's kind of in the military of Tal, and they're kind of against anyone who's Kellen, even on paper.
My only advice is that the Earth, Yokira, it has someone in store for you, Karhale. However that may be, you will be led back if you are meant to be. If you are not, then you know they were not for you.
I don't think
Your
my
father-
Kira knows what it's doing, to be honest.
For me, at least, mine led me to Hakon. What bigger coincidence could it be that a ravaged tribe of Goliath, ravaged by disease, stumbled into my path, or I stumbled into theirs, along my travels trying to escape a past I didn't understand. My Tahungeu, my Kira led me to your father. Yours will lead you to whoever is meant to be in yours.
What if it is him and he won't have me?
Then you make him realize his mistake. Because it would be a very big one. And she kind of knocks against your chest with a hard hand. You know who you are. You know what you are worth.
I don't think I do anymore.
Well, then you'll find it within yourself once again. I believe that wholeheartedly, Karhale. Your name is Bearsbane now. It may change again.
Thank you.
At this time, you see her kind of fading a bit. There's a translucence coming over her skin. And you see the water rippling behind her for a second, and then she's solid again.
Is there anything you know before this is over? Is there anything you know about the ethereal?
I don't recognize. What is this?
It's a band of rebel mages fighting the magic censure, from what I can tell. But and there's Neid. I forgot about him. Storm it all.
How do you know that name?
We had a very fun run-in, and
You had a run-in with Neid.
let him go.
That is a familiar name of all the names you've given me. Marok spoke of a threat, a nemesis of his, someone he sought to kill. A Neid who is a shaitan, killed his father or some such. Someone he was
He
a
said he knew you.
shapeshifter.
He said he knew you.
I
He
never
said-
met.
He said it was amusing destroying your mother's friends. It will be amusing destroying yours too.
Neid can change forms. Perhaps he took the form of one of ours. Far back when I thought Marok betrayed us. All of that is in the past now. It is done. But perhaps he had a hand in what I thought to be a betrayal. Perhaps he was the one who told the dragon of our coming.
I swear to you, I'll get to the bottom of it.
Be careful. That Neid is a nasty man, if Marok can be believed.
The only reason he's still breathing is because the life of a good man is more worthy than the death of a bad one.
Sometimes when I listen to you, it's like I'm listening to your father. That delights me so, Karhale. And she does fade. And she goes, let us do this again soon, Karhale. And she disappears.
Dope. That was dope.
As you are asleep, Kanari, Nemo, you guys sleep as well. Kanari, you don't dream. Inala, you do dream. When you open your eyes, you're back actually at your cottage, back at home. You open your eyes and you're sitting at a table. Across from you is your mother, who, upon seeing you inside the cottage of your house back in Elithkar, in the Dalen clan, very familiar sight to you, somewhere you feel safe. Also, coincidentally, your soulscape. This woman sees you and, it worked. It worked. Oh, Inala, how are you? Are you okay? Your father told me that you left without any word. You left a note. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Where did you go? Where are you right now? And she comes and sits. She's sitting in front of you, leans forward and grabs your wrist. What is going on? Where are you right now?
You're
Oh,
muted.
you're muted. You have been contacted through Twinning Dreams as well on Jenda, the night that would allow that. Your mom
If only
asked
I
you.
had
Do
cool
both people
parents.
not have to drink it in order to be able to do it?
No. One side has to drink it. Only one side has to drink it, but they have to have a personal connection, close connection with the individual they're seeking out. In essence, it's making use of the threads that connect individuals. So it's using that in a sort as a lamp. So you could, in theory, use this to communicate with Jen Yen. In all,
Just as a side note,
spoken to
I
by your
have
mother.
Kanari saw me buy 2 vials of that. Just as a side note.
Where exactly are you? Where did you go? Why did you leave without telling me first where you were going? I like to know exactly who you're traveling with, where you're going, when you'll get back.
Mom, deep breaths. It's okay. Don't worry about me.
Don't treat me like this. You know I don't enjoy when you leave without word.
You know, if I
When you went with
did
your
tell
father,
you what I was up to, you wouldn't let me leave.
that is beyond the point. Maybe you shouldn't have left at all. Are you okay? I'm glad you're answering at least.
I'm fine. Are you? Okay, I think is the more important question.
I am fine. Your father
you,
has
though?
gone on some. He has disappeared as well with very little word. He said he was going on a business mission venture, something to fix
business
things.
Mission. I think I know what this is about. Been keeping it from me, haven't
Explain
you?
yourself entirely. What is going on? Where are you, for one?
Okay, don't freak out. I kind of don't know where I am at the moment, but it's fine. I'm with friends.
We told her
I don't
she
know
can
if
call.
that's the right word, but I'm with people I know. I'm fine.
With people you know, give me their names. So I know who to contact in case I can't contact you like this again.
Let's see. There's Karhale, Kanari, 2 children. One I might have accidentally shot with one of my arrows. It's fine. I'll tell you
You're
that
such a
story later.
child?
It was an accident, Mom.
Oh,
And then this.
you must be
I think
losing
he's
your
an
touch too.
adult, but I think
I
he's
remember you
12.
having.
His name is Nemo. But anyway, that's who I'm with at the moment.
Nemo, Karhale.
Where's father? Are you guys okay?
I am fine. The children are with me. I'm back at the house. Here, actually. Your father has left. He left a few days after you left, actually.
Is he
I
still
don't know where
bothering you?
he is. He hasn't.
I think you know who I mean when I say he.
I will say none of my old contacts will respond. I have been cut off, as they say. My family
off?
won't
What do you
even
mean?
respond to my inquiries. Anyone who is associated with us is no longer willing to stay that way. Whoever this man is, he has deeper connections than your father might have thought he would have. Your father has had past dealings with him, and he thought that we were hidden, but not any
And you
longer.
never past dealings, and you never thought to tell me this. I always thought we were open.
It is
and
not your
honest with-
job to worry. And she reaches forward and pats your hand. It's not your job to worry about your parents' troubles. You are the child. The adults will worry about it, not you.
I'm not a child anymore, Mom. You can
Apparently
me
you are. You
these
run
things.
away without any warning, any
because you
note,
wouldn't let me.
at least not a note actually detailing what is going on. What are you even seeking out? You said you were going for an artifact of your own finding, but what exactly are
To
you
help
seeking?
you and Dad. To get the
How?
king, who's apparently a she, by the way. Yes, I knew that. Thanks for telling me. To leave you guys and the rest of us alone.
And she leans forward. You made a deal with the king.
Well, apparently
No,
so did Father. And no one bothered to tell me.
like father, like daughter. Your father wouldn't listen to me. The king doesn't hold. She doesn't hold her end of deals. She's not known for that. When you sign a contract, whether verbal or literal, the king owns you for life.
Why would Father do that?
I don't know. I can't understand why a freedman would sign himself oath, enslave himself. I don't understand what he's doing myself, but he won't. He won't answer any of my inquiries. I'm going to try this for him as well. We'll see if it connects.
Who is the king? You must know something.
All I know is the king is a powerful individual. Your father wouldn't tell me very much, and no one wishes to speak of him, her, whatever. He has a lot of power in underground circles, the circles that your father used to swim in a long time ago. Or maybe not so long ago as he would have us believe. Your father will be answering to not only you, but to me. And you see, like, the fire that matches the red, fiery hair in her eyes. And you can see she's livid. She's livid, similar to the feelings that you have. Anola, you are safe at the moment. Yes?
Yes, I am safe. Don't worry about me.
You can take care of yourself, I'm sure. Your father made sure of that. Keep your wits about you, daughter. And don't make deals with anyone anymore. Your father, learn from your father's mistakes, please.
What kind of deal did he make?
As far as I understand, he used to work for the king. Back when he couldn't find work. As a freedman, no one would hire him. The only one who would was the king. We met along the way. And he told me that he was no longer in her employ at the time of our meeting, but I don't think that's actually true.
Why would he lie about something like that?
Perhaps he was ashamed. I believe he was still working for her when he met me. I think I was a part of it. I'm not for sure.
A part of it? What do you mean?
When I approached him, I thought it was of my own actions, my own will to find him, because I needed a soldier and for what I needed to do. Seeking out the adventure I wanted, the artifacts that I could find. It was too coincidental. He was the first option that I found. I think he put himself in my way, knowingly, aiming to approach me, a daughter of the Terrarium family, though I was separate from them at the time. I am not for sure about this, but it is a suspicion I've been carrying. Anything that you gain from your travels, whatever deal you made with the king, know that he will not keep his end of the bargain. Whatever you think he will do in exchange for whatever you're doing for him, don't fulfill your end before he can let up on his. Hers,
So what am I supposed to just sit back while she continues terrorizing our family? I can't just not do anything.
Let your parents take care of it. It's not your place to fix the mistakes of your parents.
Yeah, it might not be my job, but I could help.
Come home is all I ask. And actually,
What are you gonna
where
do
did I
to
put
me?
your sheet? Where did I put your sheet? Oh, okay. She'll lean forward and tell you that Quillen has been asking for you. He misses his older sister.
Tell him I miss him too. And I love him. I'll be back. I don't know when, but I will be back.
He says you promised to bring him something special as well. So, keep your promises, daughter.
You know I do.
At least to family. I'll see what I can discover from your father. See if you can speak to him as well. He might be more willing to answer to you than he will be to me, ironically. You don't realize how much he wants you to be proud of him. That man is an idiot. I'll be in touch, Enola. Be careful.
I always am.
And with that, your mother does fade. And you continue the rest of your sleep in the safety and warmth of the cottage that you share with your family back at home in Calchester. Nemo, as you are asleep, you aren't exactly... This is a dream, not something else. Or maybe it isn't. But you're immediately shaken awake after you fall asleep. And you hear a familiar voice, Nemo, wake up, wake up, wake up! Come on, you can't be sleeping right now. Get up!
What's happening? What?
You open your eyes to the dorm room that you shared with Jupiter back at Volithia. And you are presently sleeping on your part of the bunk. And you see Jupiter standing over you, shaking you awake with a low-level panic on his face. Come on, we gotta go. We gotta go. Our men and his guys, they're gonna destroy it all. Our stash in the lab. Let's go. Come on. And he leaps up and drags you with him out the door, and you're kind of stumbling sleepily. And it's late evening, and you guys aren't supposed to be out of your dorm rooms at this time.
Okay. Jupiter, what's
Um,
happening?
Come on, we gotta go. Armin and his goons, they're gonna destroy this stuff. And if you don't stop them, you're the only one between us that can stop him. Because the stuff worked, and you can do the thing that we worked on. Come on. And he drags you along through the hallways that you recognize. It's dark, and you recognize that fact that it's late. This feels right. You're back at Volithia. It's almost as though everything going on in the real world was that actually the real world, because you're actually here with Jupiter
Mm-hmm.
as you're being led through these hallways. And he drags you to the front of one of the laboratories, one of the ones that you've been keeping one of the lesser used cabinets full of just the different alchemy experimentation that you guys have been working on together, late night hours and whatnot. And as you guys get to the classroom, it's already open, and you see Jupiter open it, and then you see Armin, one of the guys who used to bully you back at the academy, mostly bullying Jupiter, honestly, messing with that cabinet that you guys have set aside, your stash, and cracking and crushing some of the vials beneath his feet and two other guys. He looks up when you guys enter, and he's like, "Oh, you two, Jupy, how are you guys doing? It's so late. You guys aren't supposed to be out this late." And
What are
he
you
crushes another
doing?
vial beneath his shoe. "What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about." And he knocks another one to the ground,
I'm
crushes
just
it.
gonna run over at him and shove him, I guess.
"Whoa, hey, what's with the aggression, Nemo? It's not like you can take all three of us at once, huh? Right, Jupy?" And the Jupiter is kind of like, did not go up aggressively and is hanging back because he's just he is very timid about getting physical with people. He's like, "Come on, Armin, just leave this stuff alone. It's not yours. Just cut it out." And he goes, "Nemo, stay out of this. This is between me and Jupy. Jupy, aren't we friends? Don't you want to share your stuff with us?" And one of his other guys at his shoulder knocks something down, crushes another, what looks to be your guys' set of the lighter, or the thing that burns to warm up, like a vial. I forget what it's called. A burner.
Bunsen burner.
Bunsen burner? Sure. Breaks that in half, crushes it underfoot, and Jupiter's, "No, Nemo, stop him!" And Jupy, Armen, he kind of shoves you back, Nemo, out of his space. He goes, "What are you gonna do, Nemo? What are you gonna do?" And Jupiter comes up next to you, Nemo, and the tone changes from what you recognize as Jupiter, your friend, shifting into "Nemo, what we practiced yesterday. Try that. Use that on him, and that'll stop him. No one can step on you anymore. No one can hurt you anymore because you're powerful now, Nemo. Because of what I did for you, you have the power to stop them now. Do it, Nemo." And you know in your mind that things are off now, actually, because you didn't have magical power back when Jupiter was around. You didn't have magic at all when Jupiter was here, because there was a direct association, a direct exchange. When Jupiter was here, you were powerless. Without Jupiter, you have power. Because Jupiter is gone, you have power. And you know that in the back of your mind, and yet you also understand his words because you remember spells. You remember the teaching of these runes that you write in the air, the verbal words that you speak. You know the power that he speaks of, that you've been given because of him. do you try to cast either spells? Being one that comes to mind as the Drain of Souls, the other that comes to mind as the Cutting of One.
Um,
Come on, Nemo, you're powerful now.
I guess I'll cast the Cutting of Souls, or try to.
Roll me a charisma check as you try to recall how to do it from what
A charisma
you
check.
somehow learned. A charisma check.
13.
13. You start. Which one were you trying to cast?
Are these my extra
Soul
spells?
Slice
What exactly
versus
are
Soul Drain.
you? Okay. Soul Slice is fine. Yeah.
Okay. You write in the air these symbols, and you speak the words that you hardly understand, but somehow you know. And as you do so, you see Jupiter smile in an eerily similar way to the core, this person you've been speaking to in between when you've been between life and death. That smile is lit up on his face as the light surrounds your hands and shoots out from your hands and pierces Armin in front of you, who crumples to the ground, writhing on the floor. Roll me. It wasn't hard to hit him. I'm gonna rule that it just automatically hits because he would not have expected that. And he crumples to the floor and stops moving. It's high enough damage it would kill a normal human child. And the other guys get up and stalk toward you, and Jupiter next to you is like, "Come on, Nemo, finish the job. Get them too. They can't hurt you. They can't hurt either of us anymore."
Don't come near me.
Who are you saying that to?
The other two.
They keep on stalking toward you. They're like, "Did you kill Armin? You're crazy. Get him." And they both kind of like go around to flank you, to jump onto you. And they leap at you to start pummeling you, in essence, if you don't act. Jupiter's, "Nemo, do something!" And one actually grabs Jupiter and yanks him back and is like, "Hey, you gonna let me hurt your little friend?" And that guy, he grabs Jupiter's one of his fingers and bends it back and Jupiter like cries out in pain, and then you hear a crack as he snaps one of the fingers on Jupiter's hand, and Jupiter cries out.
I'm gonna
Nemo,
scream
come
at
on!
him and then I guess just use the other one, Soul Drain.
Okay. And that one is a roll to attack, correct? So go ahead.
It's a spell
This
attack.
time, this guy's going to try to dodge out of the way, so roll to attack. His AC will be a 10. It's this little kid.
Oh yeah, 15.
Definitely hits. And you see this arc of blue energy connecting you to him. And you can go ahead and roll a d12. As this connection between you two starts glowing a bright blue, and you feel the energy pouring from him into you as his skin goes sallow and his eyes widen in pain, and you can see these like black veins standing out on his skin.
That's only a 3.
Only a 3. He lets go of Jupiter, and Jupiter stumbles away, and you feel power filling you from the ground up. And Nemo's like, "See, I taught you how to have power, how to not be stepped on anymore. You and I, we can We can almost do anything as long as we're together. Right, Nemo? You'll protect me forever, right?
Right.
And as this power continues connecting you to this other kid, and it continues draining him, you see the black veins standing out more and more. Do you break off before you see his eyes roll back, or do you continue?
I guess I'll let go.
You let go, and this kid crumples to the ground, barely breathing. And Jupiter at your side is another shift in his expression, voice. You really should have just killed him. He wouldn't have messed with us again. Next time, Nemo, you should kill him. And that's when everything kind of goes dark for you, and you're waking up back in the room that you had been before. With the knowledge of these spells. One that you'd known before, but you hadn't had a chance to use or even pursue. And one that will give you more power. And you know it's from the core. From hijacking a creature beyond your understanding. Anala, you wake up. Karhala, you wake up. Anala, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That was intense, man.
You're muted.
19.
19. Nice, but not quite enough. You will wake up with 1 point of exhaustion as you do so. Part of the reason that her mom didn't want to contact Karhale out of the blue is because she wasn't sure what was going on with her, and therefore if it would cause her trouble. Your mom was a little bit more concerned to be concerned about that kind of thing. So she just wanted to talk to you no matter what. But you guys all wake up to, well, bright and early, actually before the sun's even completely up. You guys do hear a knock at the door. Yeah, you hear a knock at the door.
I'll get up and answer it.
Oh, are we gonna keep going?
Oh, do you guys want to take a break from here then? Or to
I was just
leave it
thinking
here?
here would be a good place
Yeah,
before we
this probably
get
would
into
be a good
like
place because
doing everything. Just because, sorry, it's late. And if I stay up any later, work will. Yeah.
No worries.
So
We will leave on a knock at the door. For next session.
Man, you guys had some. That was.
So much knowledge now.
I know. I'm like processing. Okay. All right. Okay. That's neat.
Okay.
Who Darian is now, guys.
That's a plus. That's a plus.
Well, now we know since this episode was a lore drought, we know next episode will just be massive fighting.
What's it called? Depends on you guys. I mean, you guys could end up fighting. You guys could end up not. Totally up to you.
I mean, we always try not to fight, but the one person who's good at talking just intentionally likes to mess with things, and the other person who likes to talk is not great at talking.
You have a great point.
So we usually end up
I never actually appreciated the Nemo Karhale dichotomy there. That's some painful irony.
So greatness.
But this was cool. This is a neat session. Stressful though. I stressed.
I'm glad. Oh, okay.
I just want to be out of this.
I know.
I'm glad we're out of that day, though. Hey,
Yes.
that's progress.
Yeah.
You guys have woken up on the 26th
25th.
of.
don't end the broadcast.
Oh, you're right. 25th.
I hope it's not the 26th.
ending